Which of the two will fight to the end and become the new queen? Which of the two will resist the pressure and finally hold the trophy of the victory? Which of the two will inherit the glory of the East? Very soon the battle of wisdom is about to begin. A breathtaking confrontation across the chessboard is imminent.
那我觉得每一次对抗赛都是不同的。我的目标就是认真的去下好每一
Ju
盘棋。
Wenjun has a really strong heart. She will excel at seizing any opportunity. Her willpower will be released on the chessboard, determined to retain her title and stay at the
以
top.
前的比赛每一场棋其实都会是难忘的，但是我觉得在接下来的这场比赛将会是我职业生涯当中最难忘的一场比赛。
Lei Tingjie is the new challenger. She will fight for every inch of the board, eager to showcase her fresh energy and aspiration. Two strong players from the mysterious East, the best teammates and toughest opponents. On the stage of 64 white and black squares, they will demonstrate their best performance and unveil unlimited, exciting possibilities.
Hi everybody, and welcome to the beautiful city of Shanghai, where we have today game number 3 of the Women's World Championship match between Ju Wenjun and Lei Tingjie. Alongside me is Shui, Grandmaster Shui. I'm Grandmaster Alik Gershon.
Hello, Alex.
Hi. Shui, yesterday we had the rest day.
Yes.
The players recharged their batteries a little bit after the first tries. The first 2 games were a little bit, they were trying each other, right? What are your feelings after the first 2 days?
I'm really looking forward to today's game because after rest day, I think both players will try to make themselves better in the match because maybe the first 2 games they will try to play some gentle moves, but today I think they will try hard to.
We'll see fire on the board. Yes.
Yes. And
who will throw? And we see the images of the players getting ready.
Yes. The white from the picture we can see the white is Deputy Director of Shanghai Administration of Sports Zhao Guangshen, and the black who helped the Ju Wenjun to play the first move is President of Shanghai Xiangqi Association Wang Lianyun.
We're getting a lot of attention from local officials and from the media in general. The match is really important for both cities, for Shanghai, right?
Yes, and
of course for Chongqing. What are your expectations for? So today, I think we can expect D4 first move. What do you think? I haven't seen on the screen. Did you see what was the first move that she instructed, that Lei instructed to play?
I'm also not not seeing very much, but I think if white Zhao Guangshen played D4 or E4, then Lei Tingjie cannot change, or maybe she can change.
She can change. The rules, it does not really oblige, but normally when the player says a move,
yes.
Often they do not retract it. And so I had the feeling that in the first 2 games, Lei did have some initiatives.
Yes.
So she was having better positions, better chances. And all in all, I think the start of the game is somewhat. There was, I would put it this way. I think there was a lot to think for Ju Wenjun's team during the rest day, right?
I think so.
Because I wouldn't be too comfortable if I were in her team with the way the first two games went, right?
Yes, and actually, yesterday is the rest day. In the afternoon, I saw Tamer and Raymond Song from the Lei Tingjie's team in Unico. It's very beside the hall, playing hall. Just
okay.
Yes.
So if you haven't known, yes, so this is both players have extremely strong teams with them.
And I think this is a signal, means they feel maybe more relaxed.
They feel comfortable, yes. If they allow themselves, right, to take this rest. So all in all, we think that Lei Tingjie should continue the plays, although I would still expect her not to repeat e4.
Yes.
Maybe e4 was, to give Ju's team something to think about, to waste their energy, right?
Yes.
But I think we will still see her return to her main weapon, which is first d4. Again, this is my guess is as good as anyone's.
Actually, I really agree with you because Lei Tingjie is known as a d4 player, or maybe d4, c4, knight f3, but she really plays e4 very rare. Only maybe.
Only in World Championship matches and stuff.
Yes.
but
so I really don't think she will continue e4 for a long time. I think Nippo played maybe one d4 game against Ding Liren in the World Champion match.
Right.
Yes.
So just to throw your opponent off guard, right? To mix his preparation a little bit, to make him wonder, right? Or wonder what is going to be your next. And again, when we have a distance of 12 games, so you have some time, not too much, but you have some time to try. Right?
Yes.
It's not like it's a 4-game match when you don't really have to put it all you have from the very first game. So here you have some room for trials. And as we say that, if we go back to to see the players and the board, we see that Lei Tingjie keeps playing e4.
Yes.
So that goes to show you how much we understand about this.
Yes, actually, I want to say it before they played. It's because Lei Tingjie plays e4 and get some success in the first game.
So maybe she will try to pound to keep seeing if Ju's team
can solve this problem.
Okay, this is a good, interesting idea. Maybe they have really prepared e4 for the whole match. So it would be very interesting. Okay, so as expected, we are going into Berlin again,
yes,
which is, of course, it's a go-to opening in the World Championship match, right?
Yes.
Most of if you are content, and I think Ju will be content with a draw with black, right? But we see something
different from. Yes.
Okay, so actually it seems that Lei has prepared e4 for this match, and this is very interesting.
And I think it's a very brave behavior because she almost played d4.
Yeah.
Yeah, and tries in the most important match in her life until now.
Suddenly you switch, yes?
Yes.
And actually, we saw a very similar, in the first few games, we saw a similar approach by Ding in his match against Nepo, right? He was trying many different things in the opening, right? Many unorthodox things. This is not unorthodox, but this does give you the advantage of surprise.
Yes.
And maybe by that Lei wants to take the psychological lead in this game, right? In this match, because basically I think she knows that Ju Wenjun has been there so many times, right? She is so experienced. So you want to find those things that maybe can give you this other edge to overcome this experience, right?
Yes, and actually, especially in the first some games or in that match, it will give her more, more power or more brave to play these moves. Maybe after, for example, if they play to 4 against 4, and in the last 4 games, I think they will try some.
She can come back to the old. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. This is a very interesting point. So the first games, she's still nervous, right? So it's your first match, so you're a little bit uncomfortable, maybe psychologically, and so you want your opponent also to be a little bit uncomfortable, right? So to level things. Okay. So what do we say about this game? So we have.
We have a Berlin defense.
And the Berlin, but
D3 on
with
front.
D3, yeah. So it keeps much more life in the game, right? But on the other hand, it will allow. So Bishop G5. I have to say I'm not entirely familiar with this line.
Yes, I think play C3 and Bishop G5 is not a famous line.
Yes, and this is also very similar to what we saw in game 1, right? So she doesn't go to the most topical lines. She wants to test the more side lines and to force Ju Wenjun to make decisions as soon as possible, right? As soon as she can. Okay.
If as she played some lines like Bishop G5, or maybe in the first game, she played some not normal lines, as we know, very famous.
Yes.
This it means she and her team are very focused on these moves, because actually these not famous moves are very easily to ego for black, but you need to know the plans of this move. Maybe a computer will set 0.00 after a few moves, or maybe you have a lot of lines to play to an ego position. But you need to know what I need to do next. And for example, after Bishop G5, should I play H6, G5? Maybe it's an idea, or maybe I need to play Bishop E7 back to stop this ping, or maybe I just can play, for example, some D6, Bishop E6 to just don't.
Right, absolutely. And Bishop G5, although it has been played over 100 times, but compared to the main line, the main move, which is short castle here, it is a relatively rare move here.
Yes.
And from what we can see in the database, Alexei Shirov has been a big advocate of this move. For white, and the main move for black here is to play, as you said, is to play H6.
H6.
And if black does play H6 without white castling, so we have this G5 is not very comfortable to play here, right? Until white has castled short, we don't really feel too comfortable to play G5, and for that reason, black often goes for Bishop E7 here.
Yes. This is a natural action after white play Bishop G5, and then you haven't played D6. Bishop E7 is always a move.
Exactly. And now, after a short castle, you will have the D6 move. But basically, by not playing short castle immediately, white prevents black for playing h6, g5. So, and this position is actually after short castle and d6.
Yes, and here I need to show some line. If white play bishop c6 here, I think black can play takes, and after you takes on e5, maybe black can take on e4. Yeah.
And we don't have bishop e7. Well, we have bishop e7, but
yes.
the point is that
I can take the bishop and capture the knight, so I will not down a piece.
Yes. So, and after d6, actually, there was a game in the World Championship match again between Carlsen and Karyakin. It has been played, and after d6, Magnus played knight bd2 here, and after knight h5, bishop takes e7, queen e7, knight c4. After knight f4, black got a very convenient position, we should say.
Yes.
I think Team Lei has something prepared here for sure. So I don't think they obviously know this
line.
this game, of course.
Game, yes.
So I would expect them to have it prepared here. Another option here, the most popular move, although there are so few games have been played here. So bishop g3 has been tried a few times. For instance, in Vashier-Lagrave against Malachov. But most of those top-level games are from not from recent years, I have to say. And maybe the point is, do we want to, what is the point of bishop g3? Do we want to prevent knight h5, but then maybe knight h5 is still possible, or isn't it?
Yes, I think knight h5 is still possible if I don't play bishop d7.
Or is there bishop? So is knight e5 a move here?
Knight e5, I can take on g3. I think.
Or you can take with the knight even, yes, on e5?
Yes, I can just easily.
No, there is bishop takes e5. Okay,
yes.
So knight g3, knight takes c6.
And I take with
B takes, bishop c6.
Yeah.
What is this?
Bishop
knight
c6
takes f1
nice.
and take on a8. Yes? Is this valid?
Yes, bishop c6 is very nice. I missed this move actually.
And maybe this is the point. Yes?
Yeah, maybe this is possible.
So for bishop for this reason, perhaps bishop g3 is the main move.
Yeah, and actually
let's see, there were quite a few games actually. After knight h5, white usually takes on c6. B
but
takes c6.
take on c6. Can I take on can I
Yeah,
take the g3 bishop first?
You can.
But you will play bishop b7, I think.
And then bishop takes b7.
Yes.
Exactly. So the main line here goes bishop takes c6.
And b takes c6.
B takes c6. Knight takes e5.
Yes, here knight e5 makes sense.
Yeah, it makes much more sense already. But still, after d takes e5, and there was a game in 2020 by Sherov against Salgado Lopez.
Oh.
D takes e5, queen a5, queen takes d3, queen takes e5, white wins a pawn. But black has some compensation. Eventually, after rook e8, queen d4, queen c2, white went all the way back to d2 with the queen, queen e4, and frankly, there is not much going on in terms. Although white did press a little bit in the endgame. Yes, after h3, took on d7. So he could have won a pawn here, but this is very probably dangerous, yes?
Yes.
Without the development, it might be maybe if bishop takes e7, maybe bishop g5 is a move even or something. Yes,
Yes, I think so.
preventing knight d2, and the rook comes to the second rank. It's
Yeah,
Well,
maybe this is possible, but
yeah. I would bet a lot here that Team Lei has something prepared in all of this.
yes, I
And
agree.
we have to say that Ju Wenjun is
taking.
still thinking.
Yes.
So so another small victory for Team Lei in the opening, right? So it's
Yes.
it's interesting to see how she really takes over the initiative preparation-wise in this match. Okay, so what else is there if we don't play h6 here, right? What is Ju Wenjun thinking about? If not h6, there is another option Black could opt for,
Maybe to
which
play
is
bishop
d6
e6
or rook e8 have been played. Also, bishop e7 has been
yes.
played a few times.
I think rook e8 is always an idea Hikaru always played, but maybe not in this position. Sometimes when he played Berlin with black, maybe not bishop g5 line, he always played rook e8 and bishop f8. That's an idea from Hikaru.
So, and d6 was
d6 seems.
played. Let's see.
Yeah, I think if black doesn't know too much lines in this line, I think d6 is seems not good because you forced yourself to play h6 g5 later.
Yeah, and basically this is the idea that the black does want to play h6 g5, but nowadays h6 d5. For instance, if you play knight d2 here, right?
Yes.
So h6 d5, h6 g5, especially after you have played d6, is a very committal move because white often has this knight takes g5 sacrifice, right?
Yes.
And it goes that sometimes it just wins for white, right? And sometimes
Yes.
it's good for black. And without having it prepared, you are really scared to go into this, right?
Yes.
And obviously, Ju Wenjun does not have it. Even if she looked at it, she obviously didn't repeat it before the game. At
Yes.
least we can assume
Yeah.
that, right? So.
Even in a very normal game of a classical game, black is hard to take this decision. But now it's the woman world champion match. I think g5 without preparation is very difficult to play. As I see the conference, the date the game after the second match, Lei Tingjie said she played some h6 g5 in the game, the second game, and after the conference, she said to play g5 is a big decision for her. I remember she said some words like this.
Yeah, and we saw that by the time she spent, that she takes it very seriously. This decision, which was very and she solved it brilliantly, right? All the following 6 or 7 moves really were very forceful, and turned the position upside down, basically, right? So and here in this position, so the point it's quite an important after the sacrifice on g5. I really don't think it will get to this because because black will probably not go there. Although here I think that it doesn't work so well because black has maybe bishop takes f2. Although
no, I think bishop f2 doesn't work.
Oh, we just take on g4.
Yes.
Right. So it doesn't work at all.
Yes, because after the exchange, white is a pawn up, I think.
Just a pawn up, and fantastic. Yeah. And so basically, it's, after having played d6, the problem is that black cannot untie herself from the pin. This pin on h4 d8 it appears in all of the games so far, right? So
Yes.
it's very interesting to see. And if, for instance, we play King G7, then a Queen F3, right, is very annoying for Black. Black would have to somehow try to bring the knight to D7 maybe, but the White then can basically try to play F4, open up the F file.
Yes, for example, Queen G3, F4, maybe the plan.
And so it's very tricky. It's very tricky to play generally, I think, with Black in this position, and
especially without preparation.
And more especially against a prepared opponent, right?
Yes.
So
maybe Lei Tingjie has already checked this line. Maybe, for example, it said Black should play every move correctly and make a draw, and she said, okay, you have no preparation, please play every move correct.
Right.
And then the game maybe will just deadly lost for Black because you cannot play every move correct. Well, so I think d6, g5 should maybe will not played in the game. If I play Black to the position here, I will try to play h6, bishop e7, or bishop e7. I will think about bishop e7 now, or
the safer way, yes?
Yes. Anyway, after bishop e7, I can hold the position, and then to play d6 or d5, maybe I will think about it. At least I'm very safe, in a very safe position.
Yes, and I think partly what Ju is thinking about now is all those differences, because obviously she knows a lot in the lines of
Yes.
short castle, and now she's trying to remember, plus trying to figure out what are the differences between having the castle and not having the castle, right?
It's a very big difference, because I played some games like don't play c3, play bishop g5 instead of c3 now.
Which also can lead to some transpositions, right?
But they have totally different plans for Black. So it's very easy for anybody to mix them up. Maybe I think maybe this line I play bishop g5, and after, for example, you play the castle in, I will play knight bd2, and maybe there is a big difference between knight d2 now or c3 now, and then she need to memorize it now.
Yeah, so bishop e7 is an option, and it was played also quite a few times until now. And some games, for instance, there was a game between Shirov and Giri in 2000. It was a rapid game, but still, when Giri plays something, you can be sure that it's like the quality mark, right? Yes. It has been checked and it's solid and good. So he played bishop e7 here, and after a short castle, d6, h3, h6. Shirov went back to e3 with the bishop.
Yes, maybe this is the main difference between bishop e7 or h6 first.
Right. So, which allows basically bishop e7 allows White to place the bishop on e3, right? But here I think that Giri got quite a pleasant position, although it should really be analyzed, because you cannot. Yeah, he played a6,
yes.
b5, and then a d5, as you said, which is the main, basically one of the main ideas in this opening, right, for Black to break through in the center and getting this space if possible. And after knight d2, bishop e6, a4, the game was fairly balanced, and eventually it ended in a draw.
Yes.
So Shirov has played quite a few games, as we said, in this line, and he lost with White, although it was a blitz game, also in 2018 to Michael Royce from Israel. And also after Royce did not play b5. He played a6 in the line after e6, a6
Yeah.
bishop. Yeah, he played just rook e8 here, and went to a different, more solid approach of just transferring the bishop to g7. He played
d4 or knight bd2 first.
He played knight,
Yes.
knight bd2, bishop f8, d4, bishop d7, and then g6, bishop g7. So,
Yeah.
so it's a more orthodox way of playing this Rui Lopez slash Italian
Yes.
positions, right? Okay, so this is what Ju Wenjun has been thinking about right now. So there is a lot of, basically, again, this is the time when if you don't know what you're going to play, right? You're out of the book. So it's a great time to pick up a strategic idea.
Yes.
Where are you going to go, right? What would you do here?
Yes.
Let's see. Let's go back to the position on the game. Yeah.
And if I think white can and I think you showed us 2 games from Shilov played with white, and I think the position from his game against Giri and Luis, I think I will prefer white.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. So maybe if you can get those positions, I agree. So you think that you have achieved something, right?
Yes.
And Ju went for d6 after a prolonged thought, and Lei. She looks surprised, but I hardly think she is surprised. I'm ready to bet she has it on all analyzed, and she played a knight d2.
Yes.
So this is exactly what we saw, right? And she's inviting h6, g5, and
Yes.
and if you don't play g5, so d6 is quite a committal move here, right? So because when you play d6, you basically are getting ready to play g5 here, because if not,
Yes.
then how do you untangle?
I think after d6, I think maybe I can guess something. Maybe she prepared this line with some d6, but she wants to make sure she can play it not all. Maybe she is know something. Maybe she know everything after
Maybe
d6.
she's trapping. Yeah,
maybe.
maybe it's a trap. So you pretend,
Yeah.
she's pretending that she did not prepare it, and then
Yeah, maybe this is something. But
but
I
20
want
minutes thought.
I think maybe she prepared this line with d6, but she think if I play d6, maybe white have some deep analyze after this.
okay.
And can I play d6 now? Because maybe I try to play bishop e7, I will be safe. So maybe she take a long time here. Always
And definitely understandable, right? So,
Yes. Or maybe it's a trap.
Okay, so here the main line by Black is actually there is no main line by Black. Many moves have been tried. Black has tried a6, has tried bishop b6, has tried h6, bishop g4. They're all pretty
Yes.
much even in the amount of games that we see. And let's see the highest rated players, how they played. So we have already seen the game of Ivanchuk, but it was back 15 years ago, Svidler against Ivanchuk. And Black did play h6, g5 there, but Svidler did not take on g5. He
Yes.
went bishop g3, and after knight h5, actually it was quite a short game, and it was a Black winning there. So Black played knight h5, bishop,
Yes.
bishop takes c6, d4 was played by Svidler.
This is a classical game, or
It's if FIDE Grand Prix. Yes, it's a classical. Actually, it might have been it might have been a rapid because it's round 8. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I will not say. So knight takes d4, knight takes g3, h
H3.
takes g3, queen f6.
I think this position. Maybe I saw this game before. I'm not sure because this position seems maybe sometimes in my mind. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it looks. And after queen f3, g f3, queen takes g takes f3, king g7, g4. I'm struggling to understand how did black win so fast here.
Yes.
He played d5 here.
D5.
Knight f5 check. We're getting a little bit too deep, although, but it's quite interesting what happened in this game.
Yes.
G takes f5, rook e8 was played, knight d2, rook a d8, and then d4, fe4. After rook d1, sorry, yes. Rook d5. So he just blundered. It seems like white blundered rook d5. It was a very Ivanchuk style move, right? Then you don't have king f1 because rook takes e4, the rook is hanging, and you cannot protect the pawn on f5. Okay, so this was basically just a blunder by white, nothing wrong in this position for white altogether. But I'm still curious, what happens if, okay, after, in some variation, after h4, g5, what happens after knight takes g5? Is it bad? There were no high-level games played so far, it has to be said.
Actually, the bar said white is at least not, maybe a little better. I'm not sure.
Okay, so computer agrees that this is dangerous, right?
Yes.
And visually, it also seems to be that way. So,
as our experience, if some sacrifice, after some sacrifice, white can get a little advantage, maybe this is a good line.
yes, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely.
Yes, because maybe after some moves, the advantage will become bigger.
Yeah, well, when you see your piece down and the computer shows about half a pawn up, then you're definitely, you know that you're quite safe.
Yes.
So, I don't think, again, I think playing h6, g5 is a bit scary, is something very scary to do without having it well prepared. So another option is to play first a6.
Yes, and bishop a4, I
and
think.
after bishop a4, to just basically, Alexandra Koryachkina played it in 2021 with black. So she played b5 here.
Yes, and
After bishop b3, bishop e6. Bishop d5, she took on d5, e takes d5, and transferred the knight to d7 via b8.
yeah, I really like bishop d5 for white because you can give the e4 square for knight.
It was a rapid game, the World Rapid Championship, and white won this game quite. What seems to be quite deservedly. Actually, on h6 there is a very strong h4 move here by white, and it's very, very difficult for black to play here. Although the computer is not really impressed, but I think for human it's very nice to play that, right?
I think maybe this is one of Lei's teams.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is in the line of their analysis.
Their
right?
whole, yes.
Okay. So, what are other plans? So, if you are black here, What's your share with us your thought process here? What are you thinking about? So you played d6, you got an immediate reply, which you probably are half happy, half not, right?
I will be really don't happy after if I play d6 and white replies very quickly.
Yeah, agreed.
And I think I will not play d6 in this line.
Yeah, now coming to think of it, I agree with you that really d6, and I agree, and we can see why Ju took so long to play d6 in the first place, right? Because she understands that this is a move that commits her to a lot.
Yes.
And we can see now, already after move, what, seven moves, we have half an hour advantage for Lei Tingjie.
Yes.
And this is
This
is a serious declaration, right?
Yes. This is a very huge success in the opening. And actually, the position here, for me, maybe I will try to play knight e7. Actually, but I'm pretty sure this is not a good move. But
let's see, knight e7.
Yes, I'm pretty sure this is a bad move. But for example, if I play knight e7, if white play castling or some other moves, I can play knight g6, and then whatever you do, for example h4, I can play h6. Then I'm safe on the king side. So my plan is to play knight g6 and then h6.
And if I take, well, this is the whole point, right?
Yes, of course you will take, and I take. And after take, I will play f5 next. Or maybe a king h8, then f5, takes on e4, and even another pawn goes to f5.
But can I play g4 here, maybe?
Ah, yes, this is...
if this works, this might be unpleasant for you. The bar laughs at me.
Yes, but this is a very interesting move.
Interesting, but maybe I'm weakening more than I'm gaining, right? Because, again, pawns, this is a good illustration, maybe. Pawns do not go back, right? And I just played g4, weakening the f4 square.
Yes.
And without the dark square bishop, it's basically I'm doomed to have a knight on f4 forever, right? And I will suffer forever for this.
Yes. So after you take on, and I play g takes f6, I think because I think knight e7 is not a good move, and then I think maybe it's out of Lei's preparation, because now what I want to do is to get out of your preparation here.
Yeah, but
not
maybe not in all at all costs. Yes. It would be really a shame to also ruin your position and still have your opponent in her preparation, right? So after there is a move that we probably should consider d4,
yes,
right?
d4 is
after
very
having
natural.
weakened the king so much.
Yes. And maybe I will play bishop b6. But I mean this should be better for white. Anyway.
Yeah, because you don't. I'm not sure you can even play f5 now, right? With white center with the pawn on e5 hanging. So maybe even some I don't know, castle, or maybe castle is too, I don't know.
Yes, too much play.
Or even maybe white can now consider long castling at some point.
Yes.
So even some queen e2, yes, and some long castle.
Long castle, yeah.
Interesting.
Because the long castle, white has not too much danger, but black is.
Yeah, so it is also very committal, right, to play that? Wow. And Ju Wenjun has played, what did she play?
a6.
a6 she played. Okay, a6 is a move that doesn't change much, right? So it's a move you want to throw in, and Lei has been thinking for 3 or 4 minutes, because actually on a6 I think there were games where white took on c6. So bishop a4 is not automatic here, there is also an option to play bishop takes c6, and it's actually, it has been played by Yu Yang against Wang Hao.
Yes.
So, and the point is that we want to take on c6 and play d4 immediately, right? So we take this time.
Yes.
To
And we win a move because black played a6.
yes, exactly. We want to move, and now after bishop a7, right?
I think maybe they will exchange first, then bishop a7.
Sorry, yes. They exchanged the bishop a7, short castle h6, bishop h4, rook e8, and then there is queen a4. Actually, black won in this game, but I think white's position looks very promising here.
Yes.
And then white pushed e5 in this game. It was very, bishop d7, e5, g5, bishop g3, knight h5, and knight e4. And I think the bar was saying something. So knight e4 is actually a blunder.
And actually,
Here.
bishop g3 is a blunder. I saw from
yes,
bars.
the bar says that here you should take on g5, yes, and this is an interesting line. So you take on
this is
d5,
not an easy move.
and d takes e5, now play knight e4 probably, yes? So,
Yes.
so this is an interesting, and you will have a queen for 3 pieces, not your normal orthodox game.
Yes.
But I think because the king is so weak, then it's easier. Again, it's very superficial what I'm saying now. It's hard to grasp this position so fast.
Yes.
But I would think, I would probably take white here, I think.
I also will take white here because
Although you know, the more I look at this, I understand that black pieces still coordinate very well, right? So
yes, I think black need to play some counterplay immediately.
yes, because if white manages to somehow contain those pieces, right, those black light pieces, it will be the king will start telling
Yeah.
a very different story for black. Okay, but Lei is thinking. So, does this mean that? Well, she obviously has this analyzed, but maybe she's trying to understand if she can use this bishop takes c6 right now. Yeah.
Yes. And actually,
this will actually be almost forced, right? So you have to take on d4. You cannot just go back with the bishop, because then we can probably take twice.
I
right?
think just take it. Yes.
And now, for instance, after rook e8.
Can I?
Oh, you just keep taking
Yes,
everything.
take on a7 and
You
then
take on here, and if we take, okay, maybe bishop a7, then not such a good move. Maybe the bishop should be on b6, for instance. And now this is already a bit more tricky, because now rook e8 might be quite unpleasant, because now after knight takes c6, we just attack the knight, and we don't have this bailout. And by the way, this sometimes it looks bishop b6 or bishop a7 looks the same, pretty
Yes.
much, right? Yeah. And you are used that bishop a7 is usually the normal move,
Yeah.
right? Because you don't want the knight from c4 to attack your bishop. So if you can play bishop a7 in one go, you do that.
yes.
But here is again,
It's-
because tactically it doesn't work, but you need to be extremely alert for all those details.
Because in most of the games, white cannot play some knight to c6 and then exchange the bishop.
Exactly,
Yeah.
absolutely. So every little detail would matter here. Okay, so maybe bishop, for instance, so bishop c6, b6, d4. But I still like white's position in
Yes.
here very much, and
and black still not out of the pin here, and
Exactly.
and the center is good for white.
So this is actually following the game, right?
Yes.
Between
Yuan Yi and Wang Hao.
h6. What do? Yeah, it looks almost as almost forced.
Yes.
e5 is a threat now. Yeah?
Yes. And
And they played in that game. Rook e8 was played, right? And white played queen
Queen
a4
A4.
here, which I'm not actually entirely sure if you need it. Why not? The point is that you want to get away from the pin, right? So if you play e5 immediately, then black would have take and g5, right?
yes.
And now this
And
already
if you play the queen a4, you can play e takes f6, g takes h4, and the queen h4.
right. So
This is
if the queen is already on h4, then we would on a4, then we would have this. And without it, then black has the time to recapture the pawn on f6.
Yes.
Yeah, and then black is fine here.
Yes. This will
All of
be
a sudden.
black in favor. And actually, I found something very interesting.
Please show.
Because in the second game, just the last game, there is also black play a6, and then Lei played a6, and Ju Wenjun played bishop a4 immediately.
Right. Yeah.
And
this is a good point.
And actually, the game shows maybe bishop c6 is better in that game. So here, Lei Tingjie, and actually, I saw you ask them in the conference.
Yes, I did. Yes, actually, yeah, we never had the chance to talk about it. So
Yes.
she wasn't even considering too much the rook takes c6. Yes, she said.
Ah, yes.
She didn't feel that b takes c6 would be too. So I think Lei Tingjie. So Ju Wenjun didn't like even b takes c6 so much, although
Yeah.
this is very strange because if black plays rook c8, I don't think she wants to take with the b pawn, right?
Yes.
So yeah, that was an interesting part of that game.
So maybe she remembered this, and and she think bishop c6 may be a move, and I will try to
Yeah.
figure it not good or not.
So this is. What do you think? Will she take on c6 or bishop a4?
Actually, I would prefer bishop a4 because seems Ju Wenjun is out of the book now, and I think a6 bishop a4 is not change too much to the position, and bishop c6 means you goes to another position,
Which
and
you may be not very familiar with, right?
yes, and after a6 bishop a4, because Ju Wenjun spent almost half an hour, I think maybe she don't knows too much in this position. So I will choose to play bishop a4 to keep the pressure.
Yes, this is a very, very valid point. And actually, I totally agree with you. But you know what might be going on? Maybe she is checking the differences between.
Yeah.
If we go, for instance, a6, bishop a4, and then maybe we can even play b5 first,
Yes.
and then if she has this prepared, right? Then
yes.
then maybe she needs to check what are those tiny differences which can make a huge difference down the road of between the bishop being on a4 and b5.
Yes. Because maybe sometimes, for example, black play a6 and then bishop c6 is winning for white. But now,
Absolutely, but now black would have, for instance, b5, and the bar loves my b5 because apparently it loses almost by force. Let's see how. So queen f3, bishop king g7.
G7.
We go simply bishop b3,
yes.
and this is a very annoying probably idea.
Okay, maybe I go knight b8.
Yeah,
It
and if you
seems-
go knight b8, as simple as h4.
h4.
just an illustration. By the way, I have to. This is my maybe 5 seconds of glory. I had a very similar, and back then it was almost a novelty. In 1994, so it's almost 30 years ago.
Yes, 30 years ago.
I was playing a World Under 14 Championship.
Yes.
And I had this, I was playing in the Italian game back then, and me and my coach and me, my Grandmaster Yona Kosashvili, we actually prepared this sacrifice, this very sacrifice on g5 with white. And I was so excited by this new, fresh idea, you know, and actually I won a very convincing, very beautiful game against FIDE, I think. He was my co-leader back then. And it went on to win the World Championship after that. So I have very good memories from these ideas. And I remember it was exactly like that. So black tried to move the knight to d7, and white went. I transferred the bishop to knight to e3, I think. And basically, it's very difficult for black to play here because first of all, you have 2 pawns for the piece, right? And the king is so weak that you always have those chances to play for white, and one misstep and you're doomed with black. So so I was ahead of time. It is only now becoming popular, and we played it 30 years ago.
Yes, the age of you in 14, 15, I think maybe the time.
I was 14.
I
was 14. I was still a good player back then. Yes. Okay, so she did take on c6, and
I have to say, today I made all the decisions wrong.
So okay, well, now we know. At least we know. We ask you, and we know it will happen the opposite.
Yeah,
it's very good. It's good to know. And d4, but as we said, it makes a lot of sense, right? To force the matters. And do you think the players might be aware of the game that we saw? Was it if it was in a team championship, for instance, they might have even been there and seen that, no? The game that we saw between
Yu Yangyi and Wang Hao. This game happens on which tournament?
Let's see. I'm not sure. It was a rapid tournament, IMSA.
I think maybe they are there.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So maybe they have, although it happened 5.5 years ago, but they might have some recollection maybe of that they have seen something, or maybe they heard. You know, sometimes you get this, right? Suddenly you remember, okay, I've seen this idea, I've seen this position. So this is quite interesting. Interesting choice by Lei, right?
Yes. Ju Wenjun played bishop b6 very quickly. This is
which also is interesting. But of course, she has been thinking about it.
Yes, when Lei thinks, she thinks about it. But maybe there is, for example, some other lines maybe change to this line. I'm not sure. For example, maybe maybe there are some line like bishop g5, and then d6. For example, if I play knight bd2, or maybe I play c3, and
by transposition you can get all kinds of moves like that.
Yeah, maybe Ju Wenjun don't know the line which Lei Tingjie played, but she prepared some lines after they transport to this position.
Very, very possible.
And then she played bishop b6 very quickly.
Okay, so Lei finally seems that Lei has started thinking about the position. So it's not only one player thinking, now they're both
Yes.
are thinking. And as you said in the previous game, this bishop takes c6 was missed, but now she decided to play. So maybe it's a good time to switch now and see the highlights of the round, of the second round.
The first round of the FIDE Women's World Championship match is over and it was a draw. Lei Tingjie was really well prepared and she had some chances. Her position was really promising and she was also slightly disappointed in the press conference after the game that she didn't manage to use those chances. But finally we have a draw after a really solid play from the current world champion, Ju Wenjun.
Game 2 of the World Championship match ended in a draw after both players showed extremely strong positional play following the first line of the computer most of the time.
欢迎回到直播间，让我们继续来收看本次比赛。黑方的车，比如说他将来有机会可以入侵到底线当中来。
如果你们可以穿越来到任何一个时代和任何一位棋手下棋，你们会希望是谁？如果能穿越，为什么还要下棋
？2018年，我第一次拿到了女子世界冠军。2020年对戈尔亚奇金娜那一次对抗赛，在快棋中扳平比分，在后代加赛中战胜对手。 每一次对抗赛它都是不同的，但对我来说，我的目标就是去认真的去下好每一盘棋。不管是在棋上，包括在生活上，我觉得我可能要比之前的稳重一点吧，不能说成熟，更稳重一些。现在来说，我也做好准备去迎接这一次的挑战。It's kind of different because when you know your opponent, she knows you well. So for me, I feel it's something new. I mean, in this match, every game is I will do my best. I think I will just try to play every game as best as I can, and also I hope I can to win the match. 战斗到底是我不变的信念和态度，成功卫冕，让属于自己的时代继续。从候选人赛结束以后，其实时间挺赶的。上一次赢下来了以后呢，心里面也是挺开心的，相当于是打了一个强心剂。每一场棋其实都会是难忘的，但是我觉得在接下来的这场比赛将会是我职业生涯当中最难忘的一场比赛。I think play against a friend is quite interesting, and also for me, she's not only the friend, and she's also a great player in China. So for me, I just respect her very much. I would like to challenge myself. To be honest, because this is my dream, I would like to say I want to win this match. Now probably it's the last step. No, I don't think this is the last step. I prefer to be a simple person. Winning the match is like a goal for me. I mean, I'm a person who likes enjoying to play chess. Results can't change anything for me. 用挑战去创造另一种可能，因为无畏，所以无惧。
Welcome back, everybody. I hope this gives you a little bit of the atmosphere that we are enjoying here in Shanghai. A lot of attention, a lot of kids coming to cheer, right? And
to see the interesting match.
The interesting match, and they're basically role models, right? For the kids who just start playing. And this is really, I wanted to talk to you about it. So here in China, you really have this whole system working like a Swiss watch, right? So you have kids, a lot of kids from schools, and the best ones are getting. Tell us about the system. How do you produce so many champions all over the years?
Yeah, I think the main chess academy and the chess school is in Hangzhou now, and there is one in Shenzhen and one in Hangzhou. They are a part of chess academy in China, and for example, Ding Liren and some Wei Yi, some very strong players are in Hangzhou to not only train and also gives us a good model to learn from them. Maybe they are not doing too much in the academy, but they just train themselves, and we will see the strongest players in China or maybe in world are training too hard and so hard, and we will try to learn from them. And this is very good for us to keep our energy on chess.
Tell me a bit about the process of how do you get to the academy?
I think you actually in the academy you need to have achieved some results some results on chess, and then you can have a chance to introduce by your city, or for example Shanghai will introduce you if you're in Shanghai.
Yes.
Yes, and there and if you are not get this process, you will go to the chess school in everywhere in the whole country, and there's chess school in Hangzhou, in Shanghai, in everywhere, and then you learn from the school, and after some after some days training, you're getting better, and you will have a chance to go into the city academy, and then it's time to introduce the biocity to the academy of the country.
So basically, every city is participating. Yeah, you have the region, the district participating, and
yes.
then the country is participating.
Yes.
And for instance, if you are talking about a young girl or a boy who are talented, how many hours, for instance, per day or per week do they get of this training?
Yes, there are two different ways for the kids, because one of them are just to for example, they practice 8 hours or maybe more a day, and they maybe have less time to get education.
So it goes instead of basically, even instead of education, instead of school sometimes.
Yes, sometimes, and but most of them are just works in school from Monday to Friday, and they went a lot of time on the weekends. Yeah.
I see.
I know in Hangzhou, Hangzhou maybe is is a good, at least is a very good city example in China to make for example, now Xue Haowen, Kong Xiangrui, some very talented young players are from Hangzhou, and they are trained 8 hours per day, and they are now in the Chinese league. They played some very strong players and get some Elo ratings, and they are just improve their chess. But
unbelievable, yeah.
Most of the chess kids are works in school from Monday to Friday, and then on the weekends they're working hard. But actually, they also gain a lot of experience in chess. There are a lot of matches in whole country. Mm-hmm. Maybe not in the not calculate the Elo rating, but there are a lot of strong players to play, so it's good, very good for the kids to.
From the very young age, they get the opportunity to play against the very strong competition.
Yes.
This is very impressive, and you can see the results, right?
Yes.
So, women's world champion, men world champion, team world championship in both women and men, and that's how it's done. Very easy. Get support from the city, from the country, from the district. Get the willingness of the parents to cooperate, and fantastic system. Yes. Okay, if we go back through the games, Lei is still thinking, and the time advantage has shrunk.
Yeah,
to 15 minutes, and she played a very surprising move to me just now, Bishop F4, which is really surprising to me. What did she not like there? So maybe she got a little bit caught unprepared after A6.
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
I can understand why she played Bishop F4, but instead I don't know why she don't play Bishop H4, because Bishop E3, if she played Bishop E3, there's Knight G4, and then after bishop f4, for example, knight g4, bishop f4, and queen f6.
Yeah, yes, and this is a problem all of a sudden, right?
Yes, and so I know why she don't play bishop e3, but I don't
why
know.
Why not bishop h4?
Yes.
Maybe, I think the reason could be that she was not sure what she's going to be doing. Sorry, not here, not g5. Maybe she wasn't sure what to do after rook e8.
Yes.
Although the same problem she will have to solve also
yes.
after bishop f4, right?
Yes, but I know what you want to mean. For example, rook e8, I play queen c2 or rook e1. Then black can play g5 and g4 to take the d4 pawn.
Exactly. So maybe this is her her concern, right?
Yes.
Although the computer, look at this. This is a very interesting line. So g4 might not even be a threat because we can just calmly go back to h4.
Yes.
And queen takes f3. And if king g7, then e5 is deadly. It's absolutely deadly.
But after queen f3, can I play bishop d4?
Bishop d4, then, or maybe I can play first e5. Yeah, bishop d4 is very strong. Somehow I underestimated it. Maybe e5 here.
e5. Yes.
And now after d5, I can. Again, we have knight
too
e4.
much
So many moves. Queen
yes.
takes f3. D takes e5. Sorry. Is also a move. So, for instance, knight e4. I'm not sure what's going on here because knight. If here you have a difficulty to sacrifice the queen because the knight is hanging, right? The computer still gives knight takes f2 some crazy lines. I want to show it because it's so beautiful.
Yeah.
So knight takes f2. The point is that if king takes, then there is even you don't even have to. You cannot take on d4 because of queen d4, and white is winning. But you can simply recapture with the rook on d8. The pawn is pinned so many times that you cannot even dream of moving it. And you cannot take on e5 because there is a rook d4 or bishop. Rook d4 is probably stronger, right?
Yeah.
And the rook will go away with the discover check. So there is a lot of dangers in this position for white as well. And this, strangely enough, or not strangely, I don't know, the engine says, of course, you guessed it, guys, 0, 0, 0 here, because you don't. A queen up for 2 pieces doesn't matter. It's all zeros.
Yes, I think it's very interesting because last 2 games we said we have meet the position, or we have a chance to meet a position that a player will have 2 pair of bishops and down a pawn. But now it's down not only a pawn.
That's a great point.
Yes, not too many pieces, but still 0.00.
So 2 bishops for a pawn is 0, 0, 0. 2 bishops for a queen is 0, 0, 0. And this is a fantastic analogy. This is actually that's a position I would never even think it could be 0, 0, 0.
Yes.
But for some reason, and I think the problem is that the vulnerability of white's king here, right? Because after king f1, black is very fast. This bishop on d4 is a beast.
Yes.
And wow, I am such a beautiful line.
Yes, even this position, maybe I will prefer black.
Yes, unbelievably so, but it might well be that black is actually better. So maybe I'm not saying that exactly. That is exactly the line that Lei Tingjie saw that she didn't like. But maybe she said, okay, I don't really need all that. I want to keep the center So I did get some progress in the center, right? I
Yes.
forced black to take on d4, and now maybe I can go back and try to stabilize. But there is perhaps a very concrete way. So let's say if black simply develops here, how is the game going to develop? So we will probably want to place a rook on e1, a rook on d1, right? So
Yeah,
maybe.
but you need to play the queen.
Yeah,
first,
because bishop d4 is a threat, right? So
Yeah.
we either consider h3. We don't want to play g4, of course, because the bishop on g6 will be very well placed, right?
Yes.
Attacking on e4. So queen c2 looks natural,
Yes. And
and we are attacking. Yeah?
attacking the pawn. And I think queen d7.
Queen d7. And now let's say we go rook e1.
Actually, these kind of positions are very hard to describe who is better.
Yes, absolutely. I agree. So maybe we have rook c1. We can even maybe first play h3. It doesn't harm to have this option for some time, occasionally, right? To play g4. It looks about
Rook c1.
rook c1 looks natural. Yes.
Yes. And I will if I play white, I will prefer black to play c5 here. If you play c5, I can play d5, and then your bishops are out of the.
And we have a great spot for the knight on c4, right?
Yes, but seems the bar said e4 pawn was hanging.
Yeah, the bar doesn't like us closing the center. It's not really closing the center. It's more that we lose the mobility of the pawns, right? So
Yes.
when this is actually a very important principle in chess, that whenever you have central pawns, it doesn't really matter if there are, or basically any two pawns anywhere, right?
Yeah.
If you manage until they have, as long as they stand next to each other, they have the mobility and they have the option to go either, for instance, here you can go either e5 or d5. They control all the squares, right? And they're very strong. But
Yes.
if you manage to force them to go, one of them to go, and you manage to block the other one from going, then they can suddenly they lose their mobility, they
Yes.
lose their flexibility, and they can become sometimes very easy targets and very tasty targets for the
Yes.
opponent, right? So here, for instance, if white plays d5, then this pawn is becoming a big weakness, right? And black can start really putting a lot of pressure on it. We get this fantastic square for our pieces. Mostly knights like to occupy them, right? So this is something of a principle that is often deployed when playing against those central pawns, right? You want to put a lot of pressure on one of them to force it move forward, and then switch to the other one and attack the other one. So this is how it usually goes. And we have we have two moves made in this game. Rook e8, normal move.
Yes,
which
very normal.
we didn't consider, but it is a very natural move.
Yes.
And
Queen c2 played by Lei. And I know why she played the bishop f4. Another reason, because if she played bishop h4, then if black played rook e8, for example, if you play queen c2, I play g5, and bishop g3, I can play g4
again.
And so let's don't talk about the bishop h4. Yes, maybe just the knight h4 and then bishop d4.
Another way to target the central pawns is just to take one of them.
Yes.
It also is a good way to fight against.
Yes, and but after bishop f4, for example, now rook e8, white play queen c2, you play g5, I can play bishop e3.
Yeah,
And I
protecting, the important point being that the bishop is protected. And of course, with the bishop on this diagonal, you really don't ever want to play g5,
Yes.
right? Because you cannot close the bishop on g3. One of the reasons we want to play g5, well, actually there are two reasons, right? We played g5 to first solve this issue of this annoying pin. Here
Yes.
there is no issue, so we don't have to solve anything. Another issue is that it forces the bishop to g3, where it can be exchanged, and there can be many things going on for black after this. But of course, with the bishop on this diagonal, with the bishop on e3, the bishop is so perfectly placed on e3, you don't really want to drive it there, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I think this is Lei's idea, right? She wants
Yes.
to play. She wants to play this solid game, but you know, our friend, Mr. Stockfish, is suggesting this move,
Oh, this?
claiming that actually black has a slight edge after that.
This should be a very uncommon move. I will not consider this move when I was playing. After knight e4, I can play bishop f5. And this is the reason why bishop f4 maybe not good according to the Stockfish. Maybe if my bishop is on h4, you cannot do this.
Yes.
And here, if you play rook e1, I can play d5, I think. And then the knight is captured. Well, this is not easy to finding again. Because actually, if someone tell me that you can consider knight e4 is good or not, I will find it easily. But
Yes.
it's not to think that I can play knight e4 in the game. And after, for example, after d5, if white played like queen c6, sorry, maybe knight e5, and black can take with pawn. This exchange will I will like black to exchange with e4 pawn to a c6 pawn.
Ah, yes.
Maybe white can take on c6, but I just play queen d5. After that, I think black has a very good position. As you said, the e4 and d4 pawn should be very well protected. But now, queen c2 even not protect the e4 pawn. But as you said, the two pawns are hanging in the center, so queen c2.
I think Ju has made. Oh, she took. Looks like she did take on the e4. Yeah.
I'm not sure, but I see the bishop on f5.
Yes, so it must mean that she did take. Wow, yes, she did it.
Yes, she did play the knight e4. It's very amazing because to think about knight e4 in the game is not a natural thing.
Yes, it's absolutely not coming natural. And now actually black is taking over the position, right? Not much.
Yes.
But I think, again, if we speak about psychology here, then psychologically, it's a very, very big plus for black, right?
Yeah.
You have come out of your opponent's home prep with the black, but you are still having the upper hand. Wow, so knight e4 missed by Lei and found by Ju.
Yes.
Unbelievable. So rook f e1, seems to be a zone. Well, we have also knight d2, but knight d2 we might even drop.
Still d5 by.
Still d5, yes?
Yes, because whatever you play, rook e1 or knight d2, I will take with pawn on e4. Yes.
And then this pawn is now very weak, right? So we will have to play something like d5, and here, well, at least the knight is not threatened, but we would love to have it on e5, of course.
Yes.
Now this looks like the bishops are again very strong, right? Can we try even some e3 immediately? Is this a move?
Yes.
My point being that I even want to take something like that. The bar is laughing at me, of course.
Yeah, maybe you cannot hold the f5 bishop.
Okay. The problem is that the f5 bishop is hanging, so we don't have these tactics. This is just a game over. So nothing too tricky. Okay, so we need to solve the position of the bishop first.
I see the part gives us a
our friend really finds how to do that. So the bishop goes to d7, and actually I think it also can go to b5 later on. Yeah, this is a fantastic transfer.
And then maybe goes to d3.
And look at this! Wow, this is beautiful. And the bishop,
okay, here
they're not even rook d1. Let's not blunder the pawn on d5, or we have just lost the pawn. Yeah?
Yes, maybe just lost the pawn. Okay, for example, if white goes rook e1, and then if we don't play queen d5, just bishop d3, yes.
Yeah, even bishop d3, as we all remember this octopus knight on d3, but the bishop on d3 here is no less strong, I think, than the famous Garry Kasparov's knight on d3.
Yes.
Wow, this would be a major setback for white if this goes this way. And Lei is thinking, I think
I saw Ju Wenjun maybe stand up from a minute maybe.
Yeah, but it looks like she got cold and she wanted to put her jacket on, so maybe that was the reason.
Yes. And I think this position, this time, maybe the best feeling of the time for her in the whole match until now.
Yeah, I absolutely
games.
agree. This is the first real position that she can say, okay, I am a middle game position. She had the slight advantage in the opening, or I would not even say an advantage, but she had a slightly more favorable, more pleasant position, right, in last game. But it ended so quickly that she didn't really have time to enjoy it so much, right? But now it really does look like she has taken over the initiative of the game a little bit.
Yes.
Okay, so Lei is probably thinking about this, and now knight e5, we just take
7 b5 d3 is maybe still a plan. I'm not sure, but always you need to think about it.
Maybe with the knight on e5, it's we are less afraid of it. Yeah. So maybe let's see what happens if, for instance, rook d1 does not work. Why? Because there is this very annoying threat of e3, right?
Yeah. I mean, there's too many threats for black. I have e3. I have bishop d4. I even have queen a2. Too many.
Okay, so rook d1 is not a good. But there is one move which we can prevent both threats. Is bishop e3, right?
Yeah.
So at least something good has come out of not playing bishop h4. So we at least have bishop e3 now.
Yes.
Right? And maybe we can keep our grip on the C file, something like that. Is this something well? But actually, I'm blundering the pawn, and you will take it. Somehow I have the feeling that you will take it. Okay, and if I go back, is this so bad for white? I'm not sure.
Of course, it will not be so bad for white.
But, I mean, okay, so you have a pair of bishops, this is true, but first of all, the center is closed, and which means that I have some good squares for my knight, right? The knight on e5 is quite good, although it can be driven away by f6, but it will also have some drawbacks, right?
Yes, you need to take some time to play f6.
Right. And also the pawn, the c pawn is a little bit weak.
Yes.
So we can have some counterplay against it. But again, we're not talking about white advantage right here. I think never we talk about. We can speak about the white advantage. It's all about can black. So for instance, knight on e5 is good, but I would consider actually using it to somehow maybe play c5 at some point.
Yes.
Right? Can we somehow manage to do that?
But
or
to play c5 is not very easy for black. He need to first to move the d7 bishop away, and then d6
d6 bishop. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, actually, you know, maybe if we move the, but if we move the d7 bishop, then maybe why did we play knight bishop d7 in the first place? Maybe we don't need it, right?
Yes.
Although the knight on c6 is even stronger than on e5, yeah?
Yes, maybe if you play bishop d7, I play knight e5. If you play bishop e6, I can play knight c6 again.
Absolutely. So it could be a draw. And actually, we have a d5, rook e1 and d5 is on the board, so probably I think knight e5 is the most natural move to make here with white, right?
Yes, I think knight e5 is close to only move for black or white.
Might be so. Yeah, I tend to agree.
Because if you play queen c6, I play d takes e4, and then d4 pawn is just hanging.
Right, and you really want to have the knight on c6, right?
Yeah.
If you can, why not? I mean, so knight e5. Let's take a short look at this move. Is this even possible? Because first of all, we threaten the queen, and the point being that the queen c6 would just take on d4, right?
Yes.
So this is impossible. So you will have to retreat and somehow protect.
I think queen c3 should be played here.
Queen c3 should be played.
So other moves, black can play bishop d4 or c5. Only c3 square is.
Absolutely agree. And now, so c5 we cannot play so fast.
So can we try to play rook e6 here?
Yeah, this is interesting. So
yeah,
rook
because
e6.
maybe white cannot take on c6. I have queen f6, if I haven't missed something.
It looks like you haven't, and it has been approved by the bar that.
Yes, this is a very good line.
And this is just game over. Again, the bishop pair doesn't matter against which piece they play.
Yes.
They are better. A pawn, it's a draw. Actually, a pawn is a draw, a queen is a draw, but against a rook, they are winning, right?
Yes.
So, go figure.
They are not lose.
But they never lose.
Never lose, yes.
Of course, we're joking. Don't try this at home. It all depends on the structure on the board. So this is a very, very nice resource, and so black therefore would be a pawn up.
Yes, maybe it will.
After bishop takes e4, and Ju Wenjun, rightly so. Lei did play knight e5, and Ju is taking her time because she wants. So she can win the pawn right now, right?
Yes.
So she's basically deciding between an extra pawn and some other form of an advantage which does not have an extra material, right?
Yes.
And it's always an interesting decision to make, right? Because you often in the game you feel, okay, so this I know what it is, right? I know this
Yes,
is a
I know.
pawn, and I can put it, I can put it in my pocket, and I know this is a pawn. And on the other hand, the positional advantage is something that can evaporate, right? It can disappear, but sometimes you feel that the other one is bigger, and here you're starting this discussion with yourself, right?
Yes.
With
And always, it's not easy to compare which advantage is better.
exactly, and you're always afraid, am I being too cheap here, am I
Yeah.
if I take this pawn, will I not lose most of my advantage, and then it will just liquidate into some draw or something? Because again, in this position, even having this extra pawn, right? For instance, imagine that we manage to exchange this knight for a bishop, right?
Yes.
And then all of a sudden, so okay, you have a pawn. Now go win this position, right? You cannot win
Yes.
this position. So, and if the knight, for instance, goes to c5, then how serious is really this pawn worth so much, right? So this is a good, and that's basically, I think this is the reason why you said that you would take with the pawn. Right?
Yes.
Because sometimes you have this feeling that you want to play, you don't want this extra pawn, but you prefer to have
Some positional advantage.
yes. And the world champion Ju Wenjun is taking her time to decide which one she wants to go, and it seems that the players are cold, right? Both of
Yes.
them.
I think maybe today the air conditioner is much colder than.
Working extra hours, probably.
Yeah.
Actually, it has to be said that in Shanghai it's been raining for the last 24 hours,
Yes.
right? But although even with the rain, it's still around 30 degrees Celsius, so it's
Very
quite
warm.
hot outside, and for this reason, the air conditioner does work extra hours here. Okay, so you would take d takes e4, yes?
I will take d takes e4, so I think Ju Wenjun maybe takes
So
with
maybe
bishop.
you will take bishop takes e4,
Yeah.
and as we can see, Lei left the table after leaving Ju with some decision to make, because it's always, as we said, it's always tricky to make this choice of whether you want a long-term advantage, and actually we are not even sure that the advantage is even so big, right?
Yes.
Okay, and since
Since
Ju
it's a-
Wenjun is taking her time, I think it's a good time for us also to take a short
Yes.
break.
because the position to make a decision is very hard here. D takes e4, bishop e4.
But remember that we predicted d takes e4. That means probably Ju Wenjun will take with the bishop on
Yes.
e4. And we'll see you on the other end of the break in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Game 2 of the World Championship match ended in a draw after both players showed extremely strong positional play following the first line of the computer most of the time.
欢迎回到直播间，让我们继续来收看女本次比赛。黑方的车，比如说他将来有机会可以入侵到底线当中来。
如果你们可以穿越来到任何一个时代和任何一位棋手下棋，你们会希望是谁？如果能穿越，为什么还要下棋
？2018年，我第一次拿到了女子世界冠军。2020年对戈尔亚奇金娜那一盘，那一次对抗赛，在快棋中扳平比分，在后代加赛中战胜对手。每一次对抗赛它都是不同的，但对我来说，我的目标就是去认真的去下好每一盘棋。不管是在棋上，包括在生活上，我觉得我可能要比之前的稳重一点吧，不能说成熟，更稳重一些。现在来说，我也做好准备去迎接这一次的挑战。It's kind of different because when you know your opponent, she knows you well. So for me, I feel it's something new. I mean, in this match, every game is I will do my best. I think I will just try to play every game as best as I can, and also I hope I can to win the match. 战斗到底是我不变的信念和态度，成功卫冕，让属于自己的时代继续。
从候选人赛结束以后，其实时间挺赶的。上一次赢下来了以后呢，心里面也是挺开心的，相当于是打了一个强心剂。每一场棋其实都会是难忘的，但是我觉得在接下来的这场比赛将会是我职业生涯当中最难忘的一场比赛。I think play against a friend is quite interesting, and also for me, she's not only the friend, and she's also a great player in China. So for me, I just respect her very much. I would like to challenge myself. To be honest, because this is my dream, I would like to say I want to win this match. Now probably it's the last step. No, I don't think this is the last step. I prefer to be a simple person. Winning the match is like a goal for me. I mean, I'm a person who likes enjoying to play chess. Results can't change anything for me. 用挑战去创造另一种可能，因为无畏，所以无惧。
The first round of the FIDE Women's World Championship match is over and it was a draw. Lei Tingjie was really well prepared and she had some chances. Her position was really promising and she was also slightly disappointed in the press conference after the game that she didn't manage to use those chances. But finally we have a draw after a really solid play from the current world champion, Ju Wenjun.
Game 2 of the World Championship match ended in a draw after both players showed extremely strong positional play following the first line of the computer most of the time.
欢迎回到直播间，让我们继续来收看本次比赛。黑方的车，比如说啊，他将来有机会可以入侵到比线当中来。
如果你们可以穿越来到任何一个时代和任何一位棋手下棋，你们会希望是谁？如果能穿越，为什么还要下棋
？Which of the two will fight to the end and become the new queen? Which of the two will resist the pressure and finally hold the trophy of the victory? Which of the two will inherit the glory of the East? Very soon the battle of wisdom is about to begin. A breathtaking confrontation across the chessboard is imminent.
那我觉得每一次对抗赛都是不同的。我的目标就是认真的去下好每一
Ju
盘棋。
Wenjun has a really strong heart. She will excel at seizing any opportunity. Her willpower will be released on the chessboard, determined to retain her title and stay at the
以
top.
前的比赛每一场棋其实都会是难忘的，但是我觉得在接下来的这场比赛将会是我职业生涯当中最难忘的一场比赛。
Lei Tingjie is the new challenger. She will fight for every inch of the board, eager to showcase her fresh energy and aspiration. Two strong players from the mysterious East, the best teammates and toughest opponents. On the stage of 64 white and black squares, they will demonstrate their best performance and unveil unlimited, exciting possibilities.
And we are back. Thanks for staying with us. We guessed it right.
Yes.
We predicted d takes e4, but Ju Wenjun decided to take with the bishop on e4.
Yes.
And
it happens just now.
at least we can now predict the future, right? So this is... okay, let's go back to the game. And Ju Wenjun decided to play it safe, I think. So she's ready to maybe play a game with... She maybe not she will not win, but for sure she wants Lei to fight for this draw until the end of the game, right? And
it's a very clever way to play with black.
Yeah, actually, with black, you want this is your dream scenario, right? To play for 2 results and the right 2 results, not the other 2 results, which usually black has to cope with. Okay, so after bishop takes e4, queen c3 is the automatic move. Queen f6 is basically the same idea which you suggested, right? Knight takes c6 is impossible. Oh, well, here the bishop is just hanging, so you cannot, of course, you have to address this threat. And now the question is, where do we place our bishop, right? So we want to place it to maybe keep it here, right, to attack the c7 square, or sometimes maybe we want to keep it on e3 to have this extra protection for the d pawn, and also maybe preventing in times c5. Although I think we have sufficient defense against the c5 advance. Visually, I think I tend to prefer bishop g3 here.
Yes.
What do you think?
Yes, if you play bishop e3 here, maybe black has a chance to play c5. I'm not sure it's good or not.
Yeah, let's take a look at it because this is c5.
Yes. First, you cannot play knight d7 because I can play queen g6.
So this is just a blunder because. And this actually goes also in the favor of putting the bishop on g3, right? Because on g3 it makes sure there are no disasters here. Because the e4, it has to be said, right? The bishop on e4 is very strong. It's very dominating. And of course, f3 is impossible here because the pawn is pinned and the bishop f2 will just be refuted by bishop takes f3. So as you said, queen g6. And if we play g3, then queen f5, I'm guessing.
Yes, queen f5, yes.
Attacking here, and on knight takes b6, we don't waste our time for some unnecessary pieces because we go for the king.
Yes,
and this is game over.
Yes.
So knight d7, as you said, is impossible, and if d takes c5,
actually, after d takes c5, I'm not sure rook e5 is possible or not, because I always have queen g6.
Right. So rook e5. If we play bishop d4, then again bishop queen g6.
Queen g6, yes.
And we are getting away from the spin.
Yes, and maybe just.
And on f3, I think we have rook g5 even. Yes, or.
Yes, rook g5, yes, and
rook g5 looks... Oh, but look at this. Our silicon friends comes up with this beautiful bishop a5 pin. The point being that the queen, again, is overloaded, right? The queen is holding, is protecting the pawn on f3. So the bishop sacrifices itself to drive the queen away. And we had this motif, I think, of... overloading in Harry Potter. You remember in this
the game of
the chess? No, not in the game. The chess game where Ron played when they had in the Philosopher's Stone. They had to cross this to enter the room. They had to win a chess game, right? The magical chess game.
I remember.
So Ron sacrificed himself to draw the queen away, so Harry could mate the king. Again, so that was overloading, and again in here too, this is an overloading idea. And the point being that after g3, black comes from the other side, queen
Wow.
c2. And
These moves are amazing.
yeah, this is very and basically, so what is happening here is that black has not even sacrificed anything yet,
Yes.
and we are just basically free rolling white with this
E1.
huge advantage of the pieces, right?
Yes.
So
Actually, I found some interesting move, but I know it's not very good. Black maybe can play rook h5, but I just want to show the interesting move. And anyway, white can play queen c3. But if white
let's say we are greedy, right?
yes, or maybe the most interesting move is rook c1 after.
But actually, queen c3. Okay, rook c1 is the okay.
Yes, this this is what I want to show. Then black can play rook h2.
Rook h2, wow, what a beautiful blow. So we are sacrificing a rook. The queen is hanging, but none of that is possible because if we take here, there is a checkmate, and if we take the rook,
yes, I think also checkmate.
also checkmate, but from the other side, right?
Yes.
And I think here you can choose, but I would choose this one.
Yes.
It's more aesthetically pleasant. Wow. Okay, so this shows the dangers of white position after bishop e3, and also, okay, we have to say that bishop d4 is not the move to make.
Yeah.
Probably the main move is c takes b6 here, right?
Yes. But
And after,
I'm not sure queen g6 or c takes b6.
yeah,
is-
that's what I wanted to say. So first of all, c takes b6 is not actually the move, because now we don't
Yeah.
have the bishop on a5 anymore, and now queen g6. After we have moved the bishop from e3, queen g6 runs into f3. So we simply white is winning all of a sudden, because
Yes.
again black has no bishop a5 to distract the queen. But as you said, queen g6 is the very, very important intermediate move, right?
Yes, because white is not easy to defend on king side now. If you play, I think g3.
G3 is almost the only move, right?
Yes,
So
but after g3, I have maybe queen h5 or queen f5. I'm not sure. I'm not sure it can work, but yeah, if this is if this works, just finish the game.
And it looks, according to our engine, -5 looks that it does work. And I think the point is that here, you can, I think you can even ignore, right? First of all, you have queen h3, which even covers this.
Yes.
But the main move is anyway queen f3, threatening mate.
If
And we are willing to give up the rook here, but after
king f1,
king f1, we have actually bishop f5 is the move. Attacking
Oh.
the queen, the bishop
Yes,
goes
this
to h3, and we are mating. So if the queen moves, then check
Yes.
and mate.
mate.
Not a trivial line at all.
Yes, but at least black can consider this when white play the bishop e3. I
Yes.
think this is not a very difficult move when you have a lot of time to consider.
Absolutely agreed. Absolutely agreed. And actually, black has many. It's not the only way to play for black, right? So,
And I found something interesting. When you play queen h5, b takes c7, I can play queen h2. We missed this.
oh, this is beautiful. Let's show it. This is really beautiful. So queen h5, of course, b takes c7. The main move here is queen takes h2. Wow, this is beautiful. And then
Yes,
king
okay.
f2, then rook h5 and rook h1, checkmate. almost 2 queens down, right? Because this one
Yes.
is almost another queen, but it all doesn't matter because around this bishop on e4, there are so many tactical ideas, right? When you have a bishop on e4 and you forced your opponent to play f3, g3, it's all of a sudden very, very bad for white. And how do we defend here for white? Because
Yes.
the bar says that it's roughly equal, but look what is the move that keeps the balance. He plays f3, just giving up this f pawn for free, and then simply goes g3. That's not a human way to defend
Yes.
this position. I'm sorry. If this is what's needed from Lei to keep the balance, then it's going to be extremely hard for her.
Yes.
The point, I think, the main point of this is that without the pawn on f2, you don't have all those checkmate ideas,
Yes,
right? So
okay.
because now queen h5 is all of a sudden d takes c7, and then it's we have a game, right? So, but this is, and also the bishop on f3, right? It prevents the queen from coming to f3. So there are so many ideas behind this move of the f3, but I have to say, it's so difficult to find this idea for a human.
I think if I see g3, queen h5, and queen h2, I will just give up bishop e3. I want
right. So
don't
bishop e3 is exactly. So when you start seeing all those lines, you say no. I don't want to. I
really don't
right?
want to do this. Yes.
So I want to keep the bishop on g3. It might get stuck out of the game. I understand that. I understand that I also will have to keep probably my rook guarding this d4 pawn, right? Or maybe the other rook. I don't know, because I want to maybe apply some pressure along the c file.
c1, yes.
But Lei is really in a deep tank. She has almost caught up with Ju Wenjun on time.
Yes.
And the position is not nearly as promising as it used to be.
And actually, I think if white play bishop e3 and then black cannot play c5, I think bishop e3 is a very good move. Better than bishop g3 if black cannot play c5 here. Because I can protect my d4 pawn if you cannot play c5, and this square I think is more defensive than bishop on g3. So I think she thought a lot about bishop e3 and c5.
So this it does make a lot of sense. I agree. I agree that and also, you know what? If you feel that the bishop on e4 is really troubling, right? So sometimes you want to play f3, and to play f3 you really need the bishop on e3 and not g3, right? So
I agree.
You need some piece that can counter this bishop on this diagonal. A lot to think for Lei Tingjie in
which square for the bishop.
What do you think? It's a trick question, guys, because we know whatever she is going to answer,
they choose the
they will choose the other one. So
and okay, I saw Lei played a move.
Oh, Lei did play a move, and I think the bishop stays on the g3.
On g3, yes. Okay, I can.
Yeah, she played bishop g3. It cannot be blamed. Of course, you cannot blame her because you really want this extra defender near your king, right?
Yes. Or maybe she just calculated all the lines after c5. And after bishop e3, c5, and she think it's impossible to play bishop e3 because I think f3 is really not a human move. When
absolutely.
Yeah. So maybe just she thought bishop e3, c5 is winning for black. It's common, I think. And
I totally agree. So this is the practical way to go.
Yes.
But how do we go with black here?
I think here rook e6 seems a very natural move to protect on c6, because I think first everyone will think about rook e6.
Yes. So, but now after rook e6, we have maybe we don't have this, right? We don't yet have this because. Well, my point was that unless we are blundering a pawn, for instance, if black needs to go, then we could make a case for taking on b6 and forcing some. Well, if we could force the pawn to b5, for instance, a4, a5, it would be fantastic. It would be an immediate draw, I think. Yeah. Although I wanted just to talk to you about this a little bit. So. The opposite squared bishops are known for their drawing tendencies, right?
Yes.
But with the queens and in the middle game, it can be the opposite. They can have the opposite direct effect, right?
Yes.
Because when you attack with the opposite bishops, it's almost like you have this extra piece in the attack because your opponent cannot defend along those diagonals that you attack on.
Yes, it's like two cars in two different ways.
Absolutely. Yes.
And actually, I think in the middle game, the opposite color bishops makes more active and more attack on the game. Actually, it's. I mean, for example, if you have the same color bishop, maybe it will goes to a very equalized game. But opposite bishops maybe make the game more active and.
Yeah, in the middle game, I agree. So don't always think that
it's a draw.
Exactly. That the opposite bishops is an automatic draw. It's never the case, but in this case, we don't have this option anyway to play knight d7, so maybe we don't even try, right?
This is why bishop g3 and why she will spend a lot of time on bishop not to play bishop e3.
Yes.
If here bishop on e3, knight d7 is.
You're very happy, more or less, yeah, or most of the time you're happy. Maybe not specific, but again, without the bishop on on g3, you would have. If you could have one bishop on g3 and the other one on e3, you would be very happy here.
Yes.
So. Okay, how do we place our pieces? Because I'm actually, on the one hand, I would love to put the rook on c1.
Yes. This is a main idea. Black need to consider after rook ac1.
And we basically want to just take, right? As simple as that. We just want to take. How can black play against that? You know, there are here with the bishop on g3, an idea that comes to mind is something like that, right?
h5.
It's like this question is, how do you feel with this bishop on g3 here?
And white cannot, I think white cannot play f3 here, because if white can play f3 and then bishop f2, maybe...
maybe that's... okay, let's try. Why f3? It looks extremely scary, yes?
But since the bar said it...
the bar approves, and who are we to say no to a bar? But what happens after
rook e5? Actually, I think rook e5 is... black is winning when I want to say f3 is not...
yeah, but look what the bar does, what the computer does. So it takes here.
Yes.
Queen takes, and then a calm king h1. But actually, this is something that you can find, right? Because you see this pin as a human, and you're saying, okay, I have this issue that bishop d4 is a threat now. but after you take, I will go with my queen somewhere, and I have this fantastic queen takes c6 now.
And attack on a8 rook.
And even if it was not pinned, you still have to address this issue of rook hanging. And after rook e8, I take on e4. D takes e4, and here I look at this position with white and I say, am I really so happy here? Well, maybe because I have, because I can maybe take, and because if I couldn't exchange the queens, and I think, for instance, if black had time to just play bishop b6, for instance, I think white is in deep trouble here.
Yes, actually.
Right? Because
after e3 next.
Because the king is so weak, and the bishop is no less strong than the rooks here.
Yes,
right?
yes, I think so.
And the pawns will start marching. This one will go, or this one can run. And
yes.
It looks like a real trouble for white, especially from far away if you look at it. But here the problem is that it's very concrete, and white has time to take on e7. And if we manage to exchange the queens, then I think it's a different story, right? So. Yes. For instance, if black takes here,
maybe just exchange now.
Exchange, yes. So
and
rook takes e5, and so here it's black who is playing for win. But I think if we manage to force the pawn to e3 to a black square, right?
Yes.
Then it's white who will be. For instance, we play g3, king goes to f3, and white is not worse, at least here, I think. But if the pawn, black can keep the pawns like that, so we need to keep the pawns on the light squares so the bishop can support them along the dark squares, right?
Yes.
I would prefer to play this with black, I think.
I think so.
Because I think only black can really have winning chances, although they're probably not enough here. But this is again one of those 0-0-0s that you say, okay, I'm happy to play for some while with black.
Yes, here I think white should make some difficult moves. For example, he should think I cannot play h4 here. If you don't play h4, black can play h4 next move too.
Right, but when you play h4, you say
your pawn is on the dark squares.
Yes, and it can become really a target for black's bishop, right? Because then you will also have to put the pawn on g3 as well. Yes.
And if black can play some rook d3, bishop e5 to attack on g3.
Yeah,
white will be in trouble.
And exactly. So, for instance, like this, and then all of a sudden we can really run into some very unpleasant positions, right? Although the computer still somehow holds it with like moves like rook f1 and start targeting our pawns. But this is not something I would be very thrilled to get into as white.
Yes. So
how
still,
did we get there? So we played rook ac1 here, right? And Lei is still thinking about this, all of this. And
yes.
And she must be considering. So after rook c1, she must be considering h5, right? Because this is such a natural move. Another way is actually to. So my question is this. Let me phrase it. Is the f3 a threat? Or maybe she's considering f3.
Yes,
Is
f3
an option right away. So basically, after having seen this line, so
and
is
rook
it not
e5,
the same? Yes. So if we take, and now we play something like a king h1, or maybe we can even play something like rook d1. Maybe we don't have to give up this pawn so fast.
Here, black cannot. Yes, black still lose the bishop.
Black still loses the bishop, right? And then.
Yes, f5 maybe.
f5 looks maybe very promising for black, actually. So after we take this bishop on e4, Black will still have 2 pawns for the rook, right? For the exchange.
Yes.
And actually, quite a pleasant choice of. So, for instance, we take, right?
I think I will take with d pawn. I'm not sure.
So yeah, exactly, and I'm not sure how we want to capture, because both seem interesting, right?
Yes.
So, and even if e4 looks interesting, because, for instance, if you go and take, then I think this is just plain lost for white, because
yes,
you will have very, very hard time protecting, stopping those 2 connected pass pawns, right?
Yes.
Supported by all black
All
pieces, right? So the bishop will go to b6, and then you just name it: e3,
E2,
d3, d4, d3, etc., etc.
It's just unstoppable.
It looks absolutely looks like that. Yes, and so for that reason, we cannot give this d pawn up.
This d pawn, I think it's very, very. It's not only a pawn.
Yeah, it's the key to our position, basically. Yes, but why?
Yes.
And I want to say that c5 is probably a threat.
After,
let's say we just make a random move.
but you need to.
We need to move the
queen first.
Sorry. Okay, so there's nothing to show.
Yeah, but maybe, for example, a3, and then black play queen f6, and if white play another random move,
a4. Yeah, but there's too many random moves. But the point is that, for instance, if we manage to get something like that, yeah.
Yes.
Then, although the pawn on c3 does improve white's position a lot, right? Compared if the pawn had been on b2, then it's plain lost for white, I think. Here there are chances, because we also have some ideas of c4 undermining those central pawns.
Yes.
But again, I don't like white's position here at all, you know? For instance, if black doesn't play, the problem is that black doesn't have to do anything. So black can wait. So for instance, if you play, sorry, I got misclicked a little bit. So we take here.
Yes. And
sorry,
not this line.
The other one, right? So we were here.
Yes, here.
Rook takes rook d1, f5. So for instance, if let's say we go back defend, and now white will always have to keep a rook on d1, protecting d4. So basically, having an exchange up doesn't mean anything real for white, because this rook is just tied to protecting the d4 pawn, and black still has the option of preparing this breakthrough somehow, right, and improving if she can. So I would feel that only black can really play for a win here, although maybe Lei is feeling that now it's her time to, even if she can get that maybe that's good, right? Maybe that's the least evil for her. And this explains the time she's spending, and she passed Ju Wenjun on time already.
Yes.
And Ju even had, and she did play a move, and this move was not but Lei played, and this is not the first time I see her make this very subtle move.
Yes.
In her game, actually in her first game against Tan Zhongyi, the only game that she lost some lines, there were some checks she didn't like, and she decided, but in that game actually it turned out to be a waste of time, and that cost her the advantage, and later on the game, basically, because it allowed Tan to regroup her pieces, it gave her this time. But here it makes actually a lot of sense, right? Because f3 is a very, very, very important idea, and you get the sense that h5 is coming.
Yes.
Actually, the more I see this move, I like it a lot, because and you also don't know if you want to place the rook on c1 or d1, and And you want to play f3, right?
Yes.
And now f3 is really your plan, your threat.
Yes. So the king h1 is, for example, like rook c1. I'm threatening to play knight c6. King h1 is threatening the f3.
Right.
And f3 is a big threat.
It's
in this
absolutely, because this is the strongest piece in Black's position
Yes.
so far, right?
And after,
So I love this move, I have to say.
but now can Black play h5?
Okay, let's say h5, and here are you
Yes.
going to suggest h4?
Yes.
Ah,
If I this what I want after h5 to play h4 here.
h4, and the point is that after we take, you just take here, right?
Yes. I'm not sure it is possible or not.
Well, let's see. So you are pawn up still, and if we take here, you want to take here. Maybe I had a knight d7 first. So after this, maybe I have this move.
Knight d7. I think I will go for queen h4.
Queen
h4.
Or I have to take with the queen, right?
And then I can take. I'm not sure. Okay, just bishop d4, because after that I have rook h6. It's
it's game over.
yes.
Okay, so I cannot play knight d7. I have to take queen takes g3 immediately.
And also I will go bishop d4, I think.
Ah, but you know what? Maybe I have this here.
Yes.
And now
Queen
if you
d4,
take,
yes.
I have maybe the time to take here. Now you can either take on g3 or on c3.
Let's say queen c3, maybe.
Queen c3, I
And
take here.
I take on g3.
Take on g3. So, and we will end up in a rook endgame, which is what? Which is a pawn down for white.
For white, yes.
You will take here. Yeah.
Yes, I will
it's
take on d5.
probably forced. I will have to take here.
And rook c8.
Not very pleasant, but maybe holdable. Yes.
Yes. But I think Black will satisfied with this position.
Yeah, it's not the dream position.
So h5 and yeah.
And actually, the computer says that h5 is the move. And I want to also tell you something, that another move the computer suggests, you will like it, I think. Rook takes e5.
Ah. Yes, but this is a move I think which is easily to forgot in the game.
It's extremely easy. So the point is, of course, that a bishop takes e5 is impossible.
Yes.
Is very bad. To begin this, or because queen takes f2 is devastating.
Yes.
The
Because after queen f2, you will lost the d4 pawn, and I'll have f6 next move.
Right, f6 is coming, and you still have to somehow solve this issue, right? So this is just plain lost.
Yes.
And if e takes
D takes e5.
d takes e5, then we just the computer just goes queen e6 here.
Yeah, actually,
Or queen g6 even
G6.
better. And the point is that
d4 is the next move for Black, I think.
d4, and those two bishops are so strong, and this one is really not doing much.
Yes. It's a stupid bishop on g3. And now bishop f2 is a threat also.
And bishop f2, exactly, because of the bishop of this strong bishop pair.
This is also a threat, and Lei is really, really concerned now because she is a great tactical player, and she senses those ideas, and she knows, and that's what we said, right? In all the calculations that she's doing, it shows that here I'm not so good. Here I'm holding by a thread, and h5, as you said, is also very, very unpleasant because after f3 you see that h4, and what do you do?
Actually, after h4, I haven't seen. At least I haven't seen white can win a piece, so it's not a blunder at least. And if you play bishop f2 as a very common move, and I think after bishop f2 maybe black can go for h3, or maybe just bishop f5 go back and then h3. If h3, because if you take on e4, I can play queen f2, and now I have queen g2 and queen d4. So black will win a pawn. And if you takes on h3, then I just maybe easily make the bishop back, and these pawns are very bad for white. So I think after bishop f2, h3 makes sense. I'm not sure. I maybe have lost to see some moves for black. I'm not sure. But if black can play h3, I think this idea is good.
This is beautiful.
Because if you play knight g4, maybe I just take, and the queen g6. It's still better for black.
But look at this. What did she play? Did she play a5?
Ju Wenjun played
Ju
a5?
Wenjun played a5.
Here?
So she wants to prevent b4, it seems.
Oh.
I think Lei was very, very relieved here.
Yes.
So after a5, she almost immediately played f3. And
Yes, I'm very, very surprised that Ju Wenjun played a5 here. Because I think even h5 and f3, Ju Wenjun don't think h4 is possible. Then she played bishop f5 as it showed that h5 is useful than a5, more useful. So I cannot see the idea why she played a5. Seems black cannot make some progress on the queen side.
This is very well.
Yes, so maybe Ju Wenjun think f3, bishop f5. Maybe I just keep the pawn up and to play positional.
Yeah, maybe that's probably what she wants. She doesn't. She wants to keep this option of playing c5 at some point, right? And prevents b4, and she already played bishop f5.
Yes.
But I think that it's the worst is really behind white now, right?
Yes. I think and Lei Tingjie played a4. Yes, she played a4. I think this position, black should make some something on the king side, because if you just want to keep the pawn up, your bishop on b6 is not good. in the endgame, for example, if we exchange the queen, and after white play bishop f2, if we exchange the queen, and if white played bishop f2, your bishop is stuck here, and I can just even play with a pawn down. White.
Yeah, wow, this is a great positional idea. Yeah, and I think that's what Lei is actually suggesting, right? And
yes, she played a4. So if I play black, I will choose to keep on pressure on the king side, like h5, h4.
Even now.
Even now, yes.
Okay, let's see, h5, yes.
A5 seems a totally different idea to play h5 again. That make me recognize that in the first game, I remember when Lei Tingjie played a4, the next move for white, the best move for white is to play h4. Yes. And we all don't know how can white play h4, and they also don't play this.
Absolutely. So
so it's the same. Black play a5, then h5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And but okay, Ju has not played h5 yet.
Yes, she is still thinking. Actually, I think Ju, she is a maybe positional player. She played some good games with just easily keep the pressure on not on the king, just move the pieces and win the game. But when she was young, or maybe let's say when some years ago, she is very good at attacking. So she is not only a positional player; she is good at attacking.
You cannot be a world champion without being great at
everything,
yes. Right? So
of course. And I see on the board, Ju Wenjun played h5.
She did play h5. Yeah. Okay. So this makes a lot of sense. And after h5, so white can as you said, maybe we can prepare for it. A normal idea would be to play maybe bishop f2 to prepare for it, or even maybe play something like h3, preparing for h4. Because now after well, our main idea is that we need to prevent black from pushing all the way until h3, right? So we either for this reason I think I like first the bishop f2, because this is the move we will always need, and only on after h4 we will play h3, right? It's interesting. Yeah, let's take a look at the expression. How Lei looks. It looks like she's. Is she happy to see this development, or she's not yet in the position to be happy, or?
I think she should not be happy with the position, but
happier, right? So
yes, after a5, give her some relax. And I think
the time situation
looks like they have almost the same time. Yes. So it means Ju Wenjun catches up the time, because in the opening she is down like 30 minutes, I remember.
Yes, and now, but now actually, what's more important is Ju Wenjun. Look at her posture. She feels that she is dictating a little bit, right?
Yes. And I think maybe they I mean just do something to the air conditioner because they take off the cold.
But there is also heat on the table, and Lei played bishop f2.
Yes. We see
as we expected, right? And this time we actually managed to get it right. So she played bishop f2, and
so now I have some I can understand why Ju Wenjun played a5, because maybe she just want to slowly play on the king side and don't want to give white the attack on queen side. So she just played a5 and said you cannot move anything on queen side, because for example you play b4. First, maybe I can play a takes b4, queen b4, and bishop a5. Maybe I just win the rook. Or maybe I just, after you play b4, I just don't play anything. Please keep doing your
job. I absolutely agree with this. But she wasted, and we know that she wasted a very, very important tempo, right? Allowing Lei Tingjie to regroup the bishop, right? To play this f3. So now it will be. It looks easier for white, but still, of course, it has to be said that
h3 is not an easy decision here.
h3. It's not an easy decision, of course, by no means. But actually, I think what makes it easier that you really know that you cannot allow h3
yes,
to be played, right? So, for instance, if we play some random move, right, and h3 is played.
Yes.
So then after this, you will always have to keep in mind some ideas of bishop e4, for instance. Just the moment, let's say just for illustration purposes, right? So the moment the queen moves, you will always need to consider ideas like bishop e4, rook e5, and checkmates along on g2, right? So
yes,
this is a very, very, very annoying pawn to be had next to your king on h3. And for that reason, I think, and also, as we said, right, when you don't have the bishop pair, so you want to place the pawns on the opposite. You always want to place the pawns on the opposite squares of your bishop, right?
Yes.
And so for those general, of course, the general thoughts have to come and be based on some exact calculations. But on general thoughts, you would say that h3 is a must move. But Ju Wenjun has not played h4 yet, so she's not rushing into playing h4.
She played rook
she actually played, she played rook a e8, and as you said, she wants to play it slowly, right?
Yes, because
she likes this.
Because white cannot play h4, I think. h4 is because h4 is really, I mean, maybe if you play h4 here, black can play bishop d4. I'm not sure if this is possible.
Oh,
but
so
even
nice.
Yes,
so
this maybe queen h4,
here.
and then king g1. I want to say f6.
Yeah.
But seems the.
But the bar doesn't agree. Maybe there is some bishop f2 or something. Oh, just 93.
Just
very
93.
calmly.
Yes. Okay. This is not what I want to say. It's I just mean h4 is almost impossible for white to play.
Yeah, I would not want to play h4.
Yes.
And for this reason, you mean we don't have to rush with the h4,
yes.
right?
h4.
That's a valid move. Although you know, having heard you, the computer, our friend, does play h4 here,
And apparently it's quite happy with white's position. It only gives black negligible 0.07 advantage, which is really nothing, or along these lines.
Oh, I have
But
to.
for a human, I will tell you this. As a human, I feel that I'm now much in a much lesser danger than I was 2 moves ago.
Yes.
But I don't want to create another headache for myself, a strategic headache for myself for the future. So I'm not sure I want to play h4.
Yes, and actually, if you play h4, you need to think g5 for black.
It will definitely give you the option to play g5 at some point, even
Yes.
immediately. Yes.
Yes, for example, if I play g5 and after h takes g5, queen g5, if you cannot defend well after h4, h3, actually it's help black to attack on the king side. So h4 is, in my opinion, I will never consider it in a light game.
I agree. Let's say we play something more or less normal.
Yes, for example,
like
rook c1.
And the bar drops immediately.
Yes.
Of course.
h4.
h4 we meet with h3. And now how do we proceed with black? So if we can try to attack the g pawn, right? So we can try to do something like that. Because understanding this maybe will help us to come up with some moves for white.
Yes.
So for instance, now if we just grab the pawn back, then we might be... there is this important resource, right? We cannot allow the rook to enter, to penetrate on the second rank.
Yes, that's just the finish.
This is game over, basically. And if not that... Actually, white doesn't have many useful moves here, yeah? Maybe b4, as you said. Okay, rook e5 is a threat. So we cannot play here,
yes.
yeah? So here just rook e5 is game over. And so the bar really helps to blunder less.
So
we need
it's hard
to protect somehow, yes?
Yes.
How about... I would actually love to exchange the queens, but I'm not sure I'm able to do that, right?
Yes, I
so
know
for
what
instance,
you want to say.
if we play something like this, then just take, and if we take, then f6, and we have a lot of trouble along the e file.
Yes, it's just winning for black. So here, I think it's hard for white to make a move here.
So rook e5, we have to defend the bishop, right? Can we play bishop e3?
Yes, that's what I want. And I think queen g3 will be played.
Well, we cannot go back.
I'm not sure. Queen
Maybe
d2.
Queen d2, yes. And now we want to catch the queen.
Yes.
So trap the queen on the...
We have 2 squares to grab the queen.
Okay, so this is not bad. And bishop f3 is, of course, we need to consider this, yes?
Yes. And if you take with the bishop,
take.
I think queen h2.
Then we can we can exchange an f6 maybe, yes? And
yes, because after knight g4 I just take on d4.
And this is way too many pawns for
a knight.
For a knight, or if you take on d4, then for rook against 2 minor pieces, yes?
Yes. if you play bishop d2, I just take on b2. That's too much pawns. So here I think actually computer teaches us a lot that h4 is important for black, because after h4, as Alik you said, if we don't play h3 after h3 for black, it's we need to worried about bishop e4 all the times. It's almost lost for white. So h3 must be played, and then after queen g5, black white pieces is almost cannot move. Any pieces haven't got its square.
Yeah, this is. But look, what did Lei play? Oh my God! This is a very interesting move. Look at this. She played. You almost didn't notice what she played. But she played rook f1.
No, I think this is not a good sign. I have to say.
Well, she takes the rook away from. Actually, she solves two problems, right?
Yes.
First, she takes the rook away from all those kinds of pins, and she protects the bishop on f2, so there are no disasters on e5, on the one hand. On the other hand, it's a very, very passive move.
Yes. Actually, in a game when you play some moves like rook, your rook is on e1, a very good line, and play it to f1. It's sometimes a signal means you are in big trouble.
Yeah, this basically you say I ran out of good ideas, right? I just make a move. But on the other hand, okay, I'll take the I'll take White's advocate here, right? Not to say not to quote the real quote. So. How do you proceed here with black? How do you improve your position? So I just shuffle, okay? I put the rook on f1, not wondering anything. My next move will be something like rook c1. And all I have to make sure is I don't allow you to play c5, which I don't see how I do.
Yes.
How do you make progress?
I think I will play h4 first.
Okay, you will. Let's say you play h4, I
and
play h3,
h3,
and I stand here and I stand by. So you will probably, yes, will you need to play f6 at some point? Maybe.
Yes.
But then, maybe then I want to place my other rook on e1.
On e1, yes.
For instance, if you play queen g5, I go with this rook to e1.
Can I play f6?
f6, and now I maybe have, I don't know if I can take or knight g4. Maybe I can even take.
And I will try rook e2.
You will try rook e2, but this is a different way, yeah, because the bishop is now protected, and it's very different now.
It's very different from
although you want to, do you want to play rook c2? Maybe you do.
If I
maybe I can take. Can I take the one?
If you give me to play another move, I will play king h7 first, I think.
You will play king h7. Okay, let's say I take here. The bar doesn't like my move. That's interesting. Why?
I think I will still go for king h7.
King h7. Can I offer? Okay, I have to run away with my knight first. So let's say I play knight b3. So in general, even if I don't take on e8, so moves like that, I just take on e8, right?
Yes, of course.
Sorry. And this is more than fine, I think, and the pawn will run. And how do you make progress here? I'm not sure.
Yes.
Maybe, you know what? I think there is an interesting idea. Maybe you need to find a way to give, maybe just, sacrifice everything. So for instance, if I take here, maybe you just give this away, go here, and now you want to come, or you want to maybe take, it depends, yeah?
Yes, yes.
So this might be unpleasant. Not sure how it's even defend, right? Because
this move is very strong.
actually, I saw the c5 move, and only later I understood what was the idea. I saw the computer and I adjusted. So okay,
Yes.
but here, so maybe we don't take.
Yes,
as
keep
long
the
as
knight
we
here.
keep the bishop on b6, because as you said, the bishop is totally, and it can never enter the game, right? Unless
Yes.
we allow it.
Yeah.
So
And the knight and on c6 is very good.
maybe we can have the same. We don't need this pawn
Yeah.
on b2, and we want to start pushing.
And actually,
Actually,
before this move,
We actually want to catch the bishop.
yes.
Right?
And if I take, you take with queen.
With the queen, of course. Always with the queen.
And still, the problem for black is not solved. A4 and A5 next.
F5 next, and it will be piece up. So maybe this is the positional justification for this whole line is that the bishop on b6 is a little bit out of play,
Yes.
and Ju Wenjun, actually we're approaching a very serious time trouble. So
Yes.
both players have around. So Ju Wenjun has only 15 moves for
15
17
minutes.
moves.
Yeah, 17 moves.
And Lei Tingjie has also almost the same amount. She has 18 and a half minutes for the same amount of moves. Now this is a very tricky because the position is so sharp.
Yes. Maybe this position looks like black is attacking on king side, and the white seems has not much pressure for black. But if you give white, or maybe we say if you took too many pieces on the king side, then you give white to make some b4 to break up to break the queen side, and then after a5 your bishop may be captured. So black need to very careful for white to play b4 and takes on a5, or some a takes b4, queen b4, a5, some attacks on queen side.
Yes, absolutely. So all of a sudden, this rook f1 move, it all of a sudden pinpoints some ideas that, okay, maybe you're not too protected yourself, right?
Yes.
As black, because this guy is really awkwardly placed.
Yeah. This bishop looks like the pawn.
Well, a pawn could at least move forward. The bishop can't. So. Okay, but and I think Ju taking the time and these minutes she's spending are very important now, right? She only has 13 minutes left, and the heat is rising, right?
Yes.
So. And it seems both physically and metaphorically speaking. So h4 is still not played. So Ju Wenjun is not sure if she wants to place the pawn on h4.
Yes, maybe she thought if I play h4 and then I have nothing on king side, or maybe the queen was straight, white can take on h4. It will be a weakness after queen trade, or I have to defend on the queen side, then white can take on h4. So h4, if she has no, if she doesn't know it's very good to play, maybe she will consider not to play.
Okay, I want to share with you. I took a glimpse at the first computer line.
Yeah.
Spoiler, I have no idea what's going on there. So the computer move here. Are you ready for it?
Yes.
Queen d8.
Actually, I'm
White's
not ready for this.
Yeah, you were not ready, and you're
Yeah.
not ready for. You are not ready also for the next moves. So White's best reply, according to the machine, is h3.
Yes.
Black plays then Queen c8 for some reason, and this is probably the only way Black can keep a slight advantage here, according to the machine. White goes King G1. This is basically the only move I can somehow understand because, okay. You don't want to get into this h3 sacrifice with the check. Then Black plays c5. D takes c5. The calm bishop a7.
Wow, this. I'm
and
shocked with these four moves.
And somehow White plays here rook fe1.
Can White play Queen a5? I just.
Don't ask me. Probably not because
rook e5, bishop h3, maybe just.
Because this apparently is you're busted after bishop h3.
Yes.
Yeah. So White goes rook fe1 here.
Yes.
And after Black c6, so basically this whole sequence for Black is to sacrifice a pawn and free the bishop. Yeah, like you remember this movie Free Willy, the whale. So basically this is, we have this whale on b6, and Black is trying to free it, but this is totally an unhuman way to do that. But again, as we said, I have the only thing I don't understand. Why do you need the queen on c8 to do all that? Why can't you do this immediately? For instance, let's try to figure it out.
It seems f4
so
is.
the computer says that now White has bishop
d4.
The point is that you don't have c6 because knight c6, and the queen is hanging, right? So for this reason, and if the queen goes,
if I just put my queen on d8, why does it need to go to c8?
A good point. Let's see what happens. Right. So as we said, Black, the computer says go there.
d8, yes.
And on h3, on h3, you don't play c5 for some reason, because then d takes c5. And
Bishop
here
a7.
on bishop a7, there is queen a5, and you don't have this sacrifice. Queen. So you need the queen on c8 to create this threat. Otherwise, you just are not in time to sacrifice this pawn.
So let's say something I think very.
But Ju Wenjun did play c5, so she did understand. She did go there. Of course, she does not go the computer way.
Yes, I think it's not for human to play c5 then bishop a7.
Yeah, bishop a7. I think we will not see in this game. I think maybe she is ready to call it a day. Maybe actually another reason here is that she has less than 10 minutes on her clock. So maybe she says, okay, maybe it's time to liquidate, to simplify the game.
Yes, because it seems that if Ju Wenjun don't play c5, it's not easy for Black to make a plan, and she went down. She went down on the clock. If she cannot see a plan, and after maybe 4 or 5 minutes, she will in trouble, because White can play b4 and a5 to keep some pressure on the queen side. The game is still not in an equal position. It's a counterplay.
Absolutely. So it's not unequal. And from Black's point, actually, I can understand the worries. If I'm Black here, and I see that b4 is a threat, right? Is a very annoying threat. And what do you do after b4? Well, of course, you have this obvious plan of queen d8 and queen c8 and then c5, bishop a7. But if by chance you're not in your best today and you didn't find this plan, which is, of course, so obvious, then yeah, black might feel that she's actually, she might not feel that she's even at all better here, right?
Yes, I think she will think maybe she may make some wrong moves before.
Yeah, and I think after the game, this a5, she will
regret.
She will regret, yeah, absolutely, and because h5 really would have given her a very nice. Well, but again, it has to be said that you needed to calculate all this. You needed to be ready to sacrifice the exchange at some point, right? But all in all, it looks that this was black's biggest chance so far. Maybe in the match, actually, if we speak about Ju Wenjun's chances, right?
Yes.
But she played c5, and it looks that Lei Tingjie is a little bit surprised by that, and it makes a lot of sense. And she's taken her time. What are her options? Actually, she has a 97. Yes, as an option. If she doesn't want to do
97,
and it makes a lot of sense.
Yes,
right?
because if you don't play queen e7 or queen d8, I can play d takes c5, and maybe you will lost your bishop.
Absolutely, and I think in any case we want to. Well, if you play queen, for instance, queen e7, then I want to say maybe knight c5. Is this a move?
I'm not sure knight c5 or knight b6, which was
actually knight b6 is also very interesting because we almost by force we win a pawn, I think, right? Or no, we don't win a pawn, but
it's time for white to play for win.
Absolutely,
in this
yes,
position.
absolutely. All of a sudden, for instance, this is probably not the best move, b takes c5, but I want to just show something. So, for instance, if we manage to place our bishop somehow, well, black will probably play queen c7 anyway, yeah?
Yes.
But here, it's only white who can even claim to be something, right?
Yes.
To be playing for something, because we take, we put some pressure on this. It is probably a draw, even an easy draw, right?
Draw is the most natural result here, but no chance for white to lose.
But having calculated the consequences, Lei Tingjie decided to take d takes c5.
Yes.
The safer approach, I would say, yeah. Because actually what we haven't mentioned is that knight d7, there is an issue with the queen g5.
Yes. She need to...
And
yes.
There is all of a sudden, then there might be some sudden counterplay, right? Not counterplay, attack, we can say.
Yeah. Rook g6 just wins the knight if you play.
Exactly. So the threat is just to win the knight straight with the rook g6. But if you take on b6, then it's probably along the lines of equality. But actually, black would still maintain the initiative, and this is what we said, right? So here we are getting actually the situation where black having the opposite color bishops, black is the one who manages to create the initiative, to create the attack. All right, so Lei Tingjie went for the more natural, for the safer, we can say, way.
Yes.
D takes c5, and now we can expect bishop takes c5. I think it's the main move for black here, right?
I think
or
bishop c5
rook queen e5.
Queen e5.
It's probably also possible, but for instance, here we take.
It's the position black.
It's very close to what we said, right?
Yes.
It's close
black
to
playing for draw.
Yeah, but playing, but not for long, probably. Playing in achieving, probably. Yes.
Yes.
It doesn't look any any danger for black, to be honest. And
so I saw Ju Wenjun play the queen
she
e5.
did play queen e5, and probably maybe she wants to make it. Lei takes on e5.
And they exchange everything quickly.
Yeah, and by that, both of them may get much closer to the time control. This is the actual position, exactly as we analyzed before. Lei Tingjie took on g6, rook e2, or b6, sorry, rook e2, as we expected. And if we want to try and play for a win, how do we do that? So b4 is actually an attempt to play for a loss, I think, right? So because
no reason to
black is much faster here, so we don't play with fire like that. What we can do, we can play bishop d4 here.
Yeah, I think I will play bishop d4 here. It's a very it's the safest move here.
Yeah, cementing the whole position, making sure no pawns are running. Black doesn't have doubling along the e file, right? But after rook c2, you probably have to somehow exchange one of the rooks, either like this or like rook fc1. So and frankly, there is not much life left after that in the position, right? So this is maybe rook e1 maybe is a slight even inaccuracy. The better way is to exchange this the more active rook, right? So
yes, or maybe bishop. Okay, maybe, rook c1 is the best move, I think. And after exchange, if you play rook e2, I exchange and bishop c3.
And bishop c3, yeah. And this is threatening to take on a5. It's not really a threat because then you would take here.
Yeah, but it's easy to make a draw.
Yeah. Well, basically, I'm not sure who is making the draw here, and both players. I think after c5, both players come to realization that this game will not break the ice in this match.
Yes.
Probably.
But I think the 3 games, I mean, both players have chances in 3 games. In these 3 games, it's not very equal from the start to the end.
Yeah.
But I like Ju Wenjun to play c5 here. In his in time trouble.
I also actually again. When you have the bar and you see that black is slightly better, then we are biased, right? Because we have the bar, and we are biased because we know that black is better. But when you don't have the bar, it's not clear at all that why you should be better all of a sudden, right? And just judging by the position, and of course you don't spot those ideas of like queen d8, queen c8 again, because you don't, right? You don't look at this direction even. I mean, why your queen is so well placed on f6?
Yes.
For that reason, of course, as black, you say, okay, I don't have any useful moves. My attack on the king side is not really happening. So I have to really, it's time to think about safety, especially given the fact that I only have 9 minutes left, right?
Yes.
Ju Wenjun is basically, she knows this is going to end soon, and she feels that I think this.
Yes, I think she's action feels that she is not satisfied with what she did maybe 10 moves ago for the last 10 moves.
Yes, because she felt, and you could see it in the position, you could feel it by both players' reactions, by both players' postures, right? That Black had the chances. We must say it's surprising chances, right? Because the opening did not suggest it would happen,
Yes.
right? And then all of a sudden, Lei made a mistake. Actually, Queen C2. Let's
Yes.
go back
Let's,
for a second.
I
So-
think Lei is in from Bishop F4 to some to Queen C2. Maybe this 20 minutes, Lei is not in form.
Right,
Really
yeah.
not in
So
form.
these, we could say Lei is worth 20 minutes in this match so
Yes.
far, yeah. Because first of all, she played Bishop F4, which kind of lets the advantage slip,
Yes.
and then after Rook E8, she kind of blundered with the Queen C2. She blundered, not an easy way, and not an easy move to see, but of course, for a player of her caliber, it is a blunder to allow it. And after Rook E1, the game would still be pretty much balanced. But then all of a sudden, after Queen C2, Knight E4 does give Black not a big one, but a more pleasant game. And then, as you said, this brings us again to this consideration whether you go for the material advantage, right?
Yes.
Or you maybe go for something that is not material, but maybe gives you a bit more,
Positional.
a bit more chances. Yes.
Yes.
And but Ju Wenjun decided to take on E4 to take the safer road, and Lei is still thinking. She's deciding whether she wants to take on A5. On I think she's choosing between those two. She's trying to see if she can even try to squeeze something here, or maybe you know what? Maybe is this a move?
I think she will not
Maybe
play this.
but
Yes.
it looks a bit too artificial, right?
Yes.
So Bishop D4 really is the most natural move to
I
go
think
here.
she will go Bishop D4 because if you play Bishop A5, it gives Black a chance to play D4 to make.
Let's see. So, for instance, if you play this, you might actually run into something like a D4.
Yes, and I think.
And those two connector pawns are not really running very slowly, right? So you cannot really push them because this one will be much stronger, right? Although again the bar is still not moving because after this. I'm actually curious, how does this all happen? So after Bishop D3? The Bishop on A5 is actually quite important because it covers E1. Yes?
Covers E1. And maybe Rook G1? I'm not sure which after Bishop D3, Rook G1 for white.
Rook G1. And then just the computer plays Rook A8 and takes D4.
It's also a draw, yes.
All roads lead to, as known, to draws.
Yes.
And actually, Lei took on A5, Rook took on Black took on B2.
Rook B2 means just
offer a draw.
Offer a draw, yes.
We have many moves to make the draw. But actually, maybe Rook F1.
Rook F1, yes, a move.
You take and just
take with Bishop,
yes, and we want to push. Maybe this is Lei's idea, but actually no, she played Bishop C3.
Yeah, Bishop C3 is good, and Rook C1 next.
And this makes more sense. Yes.
Yes, Rook F1. I think
Rook F1, and then if we exchange, and this pin
Rook
is
C8,
nothing.
D4 next move.
This goes like that, and
And rook fc1 is played.
I think the game will continue as it was.
Maybe as we predicted, yeah. So we'll make up for our mistakes in predictions by making this one right.
Yes.
Let's try. So rook fc1 has been played. Ju Wenjun is really you don't really try to win here with either side anymore, right? Because you know your opponent will not give you the chances. So
yes, you're too close.
Your
level are too close, and no chance to win in this position.
Yeah, there's too dry of a position to win. Both players know that they are looking for the most precise ways to so to speak. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, our prediction: rook takes c1 and rook c8, right?
I think the game will goes on this.
No, well.
Oh, she played rook c2.
Rook c2.
Rook e2.
Rook
e2.
So we basically forcing white to take on c2, right?
Can I play a5 instead?
Yeah, I was actually considering
no, I mean. Yeah.
You mean here?
Yes, here a5.
Oh, interesting. So the point is that if I take, then
I
now
can
you
rook
take on
c2.
c2.
Yes, maybe winning for.
All of a sudden, it's winning for white, although not like that.
Oh, the computer said rook.
The computer says.
Sorry, I made a mistake. I think rook c8. I can play rook b1, but you have bishops on.
Okay, so
Okay.
this will be somehow a drawish game,
yes.
Because 2 pawns for an exchange. But white did have a win here, apparently, with bishop d4. Or at least very good chances for a win.
Yes.
Because this can still not be stopped conveniently.
Yes, and if you play rook to a8, at least I can play pawn to a7 and bishop to b8.
Absolutely. So this we will just somehow find our way to close the rook, and we will continue. Then
Yes.
the king will run all
White
the
is
way
the one
here,
to
and
playing for win.
white is winning. So of course, but you don't take on g2. What you do here is just probably take.
Take rook c2, maybe
Oh, wait. Sorry. So rook e2, a5.
a5.
So maybe take and rook c2. Yeah,
Rook
it's
c2,
fine.
but a6.
So let's see. So if you take rook c2, then rook c2,
Yeah.
a6.
White is.
And this might be trouble. Yes.
Yes. White will play for win. Actually, I'm not.
You're not happy with black's last move, yeah?
Yes.
But this still is probably should be a comfortable draw after all. Actually, you know, maybe the best way to do that it would be to give up this pawn, to get the bishop on a good diagonal, and to keep the king somewhere on d7, and then you're pretty much safe. But this is not something that you really want to get to, right?
Yes. So what?
Let's think. So you said a5. How else? Maybe. Maybe we have this move. Simple.
Bishop d3.
The point is that a6 is now impossible because
Yes,
we take
you
and
can
take the
take.
pawn, right?
If I play other moves, else you can play bishop a6 too.
And if you, for instance, go somewhere here or make a luft for your king, well, and again, maybe
yes.
this is also a threat already, yeah, because.
So maybe I play rook c2.
So you need to take on c2. I take with the rook.
Yes, and what I play the bishop, you can play bishop
And you
a6.
go here, I go here. Yes.
Yes, it's still very easy draw for black.
Agreed. And but Lei is taking her time. She's down to her last 4 minutes. It's less of it's not so relevant now because the position is so
so dry. You can make so many moves here
yes.
without a lot of danger. So you can spend the time if you think, and she's obviously calculating this, right? Because
Yeah.
this is a move that you might be risking. If you miscalculate something, you can just end up getting a difficult endgame, which you don't want to do.
Because it's you don't need to give up the G2 pawn.
Absolutely.
If you do, you just want to make it easy draw, just play Rook C2.
But
So-
look at this. She did play A5, and
Yeah.
this just goes to show you the fighting spirit she has, right?
Yes.
She always is trying to find
The best move.
the best move, the best chance, and chapeau,
Yeah.
really, for that. It's well, we got one move right, Bishop
Yeah.
D3, actually
Played
two
it.
moves there, yeah.
Yes. Actually, I think what Ju Wenjun played, Rook E2, Bishop D3 also shows she wants to make some sharp ideas to her opponent.
And Rook takes C2. Rook takes C2 happened on the board. We expect now Bishop D4.
D4, yes.
Yeah, it looks the most natural move.
And then Bishop D2.
And now, as long as Black does not play this move,
Yes.
I think she should be more than fine. Because of course, let's show, because Rook C4 it just loses to this. Bishop A6 would be the most. What did?
Yes.
Bishop D4, Bishop A6. Oh, we're getting better in predictions so far.
Yes.
In the simple positions we can predict. Yeah. When it gets difficult, they outplay us. And now.
Now it's
King G1 is the normal move. Absolutely, it's the most natural move. Bring the king to the center.
okay. I think Lei will play Bishop B6. I'm not sure, but
No, but
Just,
actually, to make sure there are no back rank mates, I
Yes.
think it makes a lot of sense. I would play F6 with Black here to.
you are right. Lei played the King G1.
Yeah, no, I saw that you played. It's
that's-
not that I
sorry.
predicted. I saw that you played. Now I'm predicting F6, but maybe I will be wrong. I can bear the consequences of that. But I think
Yeah,
F6 is a natural move to
Yes.
bring the king to make sure you limit the bishop on D4. And of course, it has to be said that if there was no rule, no 40 move rule,
Yeah.
I think they would just agree on a draw here. And again, not a non-eventful game, right? Because not both players, mainly Ju Wenjun had the chances in this game.
Yes.
And I really, coming to think of it, I felt that Rook F1 is actually quite a nice move by Lei Tingjie
Yes.
here. Yes, because
I think she is a level higher than me because I
It's-
saw this move. I think it's totally a bad move.
absolutely, yeah, I agree with you, and it really underlines. Basically, it goes and says, "Okay, and now what do you want?" Right?
Yes.
And this is a very, very annoying question to be asked. And then Ju Wenjun, she spent something like 20 minutes trying to find the answer for this move, and the best answer was, "Yeah, I want to make a draw." Right?
Yes.
I'm very impressed, really. And it's now Ju Wenjun is thinking. Maybe she wants.
To
She's checking. Maybe this is another option. Just to make it.
yes.
If we need to make a draw by repetition, so this could be an option. Rook C4 could be an option to make the draw, and maybe this is the way they want to do that. Because I don't really believe Ju Wenjun is trying to find winning chances here. Or maybe she can try. Maybe she can try to play for a win.
But
Because
how?
her pawn is slightly more advanced,
Yeah. For example, bishop e3, rook d3.
and I want to push d4.
For example, I play bishop b6.
No, but she did something. Okay, she played f6.
f6, yes.
But that still doesn't rule out the option of rook d2, of course, right? Because, but now I think as white, maybe Lei wants to play rook d1 herself to make sure this pawn never moves. If
But
we are
black
in the
can-
business of making sure there is no chance whatsoever of losing the game.
Rook d1, but maybe black play king f7 and
Yeah,
the king e6,
and then I go something like bishop b6.
king e6. And if Ju Wenjun wants to win, she just slowly improve the position. Although I don't know how to.
Yeah, it's hard to see how you improve, but okay, maybe this is a valid point.
Yes.
Another option for white here is to try to attack the bishop on a6, right?
Yes,
If we want
it's
to,
an idea.
and it's actually an active idea, so we can pretend that we even want more than just a draw, right?
Yes, rook b1.
So, and we pretend that after rook b6 we
Rook
have some
b6.
kind of, and she did play rook b1, you see?
Yes. But maybe rook b1, if you play rook
There's-
b6,
There might be another idea of rook b2.
rook b2,
actually.
yes, also idea. If you play rook b6, I can play rook c1, rook c2 just to prefer check.
Yeah,
You cannot make other move because bishop f1 will win g2 pawn if you.
let's
Good.
see that. Yeah. So basically, the point is that after rook b6, you have rook c1, king f2, rook c2, and if we suddenly go with the
Wow,
king
you
here,
can
then
go-
we can get mated all of a sudden. Yes.
Yes.
Although it's still,
still
according
not-
to the engine, it's still 0-0-0, but to me it looks anything but, to be honest. So is it not checkmate? You're on like
Wow,
that.
it's-
Wow.
I'm.
King g4. So this is the point. So you run to here.
And I
Because-
take you can play king h3 if I play rook g2 after king g4.
Or maybe even king h5.
Sorry, king h3, bishop f1. Yes, king h5. Yes.
And here, because even this
This is
somehow a
possible.
draw.
Yeah. Yes.
So
Okay,
it
but
just goes to show you guys that in this position, if you ask the engine,
even this is a draw.
even this is a draw. Yeah. So
Yes. But white will not play like this. It's
and I think we can see the players. I think they found the way to make the repetition. Rook
already-
b1, rook a2. But actually,
Ju Wenjun
Ju
can play
Wenjun played
rook.
rook d2. She did play rook
Yeah.
d2, so she's not really ready to call it a day yet.
I think maybe she is not satisfied with the draw result today.
Yes, and
Because she is the player who tries to win today. In the position, she is better.
And it's a bit annoying for white, right? You know this is a draw in like 5,000 different ways, but
yes.
you still need to make this the most precise way, not to give up those extra chances to your opponent. And Lei
He
played
plays-
bishop c3, which is good as anything else. On rook d3, how do we play here? Do we play bishop b4, or even maybe bishop b2. Bishop b2 looks a little bit awkward to me.
Yes. Rook d3.
You can go maybe bishop b4. Yeah.
Maybe bishop b4. If you play d4, I maybe just play king f2. Oh,
Sorry, not king f1.
King
This
f2.
is the only one. The move you don't want to make.
Yes. And if you play rook b3, I can play bishop d2. I mean, if I just only want to play for draw.
Yes. But actually now Black's game is a little bit, a tiny bit more easier, yeah?
Yes.
And here you really don't like to be in this position with white here, because you know it's a draw, but you don't want to get yourself into a position where you will have to defend for like 30 more moves, right? Because you
Yes.
felt that it should be like an automatic draw, and now, but now your pieces are somehow a little bit discoordinated. You don't have the good squares for your bishop, and but Ju Wenjun did. It looks by the feed that she decided not to try to squeeze.
To play rook
She
c2.
played rook c2. Or maybe she just wants to gain some time. Bishop d4 played.
I think she is not the one need to gain some time.
Yeah, but maybe
Yeah.
if she, I agree. Yeah, I agree. So if she wanted to play for a win, I think we would have seen rook d3. But it has to be said that it's really the chances are virtually non-existent.
Yes.
Yes, not against a player as strong as Lei Tingjie. But anyway, she decides to. Okay, she played bishop rook c2, and she decided she went king f7. So she does want to keep asking some questions, right?
Yes, because anyway, black has no chance to lose this position.
Absolutely, yeah. So why not? And my rook is more active, right? And you show me how you make this draw. But as you said, both players are extremely good in endgame technique, right?
Yes. Especially in woman section.
Yes.
They're really strong.
And h4, I really love this move. It makes gains control over some space. Make sure you don't get run over by some h4.
Yes, g5.
h4, right? Not allowing black to stabilize the position so much. I mean, not to fixate our pawns on the king side.
Yes. I think Ju Wenjun will play king e6, king g6 maybe. I think she wants to play king g6, king f5. But if she play king e6, now white can play rook b1.
Yeah, this is important. So if king e6, then we can use this. Again, it changes absolutely nothing regarding the evaluation of the position, but it would give white this extra tempo.
Yes, and I see Ju Wenjun played a rook move, rook c4.
Okay, so she wants to have the rook on c4, but Lei Tingjie is playing very confidently, right?
She plays
fast. Of course, she also doesn't have much time, so she needs to play fast. And we reached the 40th move. So have we reached? I think Lei Tingjie just by playing rook d1, she reached the 40th move. And she's past
Yes.
time control. She's allowed to offer draw, which is very important.
Yes.
Yes.
So I have a question. if Lei Tingjie asks a draw now,
No, she cannot. She cannot
Yeah.
offer a draw now. The only draw she can, the draw can be offered only after Black's 40th move. So it has
yes.
to be, it has to be a 40th draw. Actually, I think if the player offers a draw, I'm not sure, but it might even be a loss before move 40. Yeah.
yes.
So we don't want to play with that
Yeah.
for sure.
Of course, I think they will not do this.
And King E6, they in this game it's already impossible because now a draw can be offered and a written. And I think, for instance, if we play a Rook D2, King F2, and E3, it might be the safest way for a draw, right?
Yes, but now you need to be careful because if you play Rook D2 or King F2, Black has Rook A4. This is a little. But
okay, but I have,
yes, you have Rook
Bishop.
D4 after Rook
And-
H4.
And Rook, yeah, I actually, to be honest, I blundered on H4. But yes, but this
still,
is still a draw.
Yes.
Virtually the draw.
So maybe if Lei wants to draw it quickly, maybe she can Rook
She
D2.
can blunder on H4 and
Yes.
exchange the rooks. So this is the current position, and Ju Wenjun left the table. Maybe it's also a good time for us. Let's see if we. It's a good time for us also to take a short breather because the players will take a few minutes before they resume the game. We expect a draw to happen quite soon. We'll take a very, very short break and be with you in a few minutes, guys. Game 2 of the World Championship match ended in a draw after both players showed extremely strong positional play following the first line of the computer most of the time.
欢迎回到直播间，让我们继续来收看本次比赛。黑方的车，比如说啊，他将来有机会可以入侵到底线当中来。
如果你们可以穿越来到任何一个时代和任何一位棋手下棋，你们会希望是谁？如果能穿越，为什么还要下棋？
2018年，我第一次拿到了女子世界冠军。2020年对戈尔亚奇金娜那一盘，那一次对抗赛，在快棋中扳平比分，在后在加赛中战胜对手。每一次对抗赛它都是不同的，但对我来说，我的目标就是去认真的去下好每一盘棋。不管是在棋上，包括在生活上，我觉得我可能要比之前的稳重一点吧，不能说成熟，更稳重一些。现在来说，我也做好准备去迎接这一次的挑战。It's kind of different because when you know your opponent, she knows you well. So for me, I feel it's something new. I mean, in this match, every game is I will do my best. I think I will just try to play every game as best as I can, and also I hope I can to win the match.
战斗到底是我不变的信念和态度，成功卫冕，让属于自己的时代继续。
从候选人赛结束以后，其实时间挺赶的。上一次赢下来了以后呢，心里面也是挺开心的，相当于是打了一个强心剂。每一场棋其实都会是难忘的，但是我觉得在接下来的这场比赛将会是我职业生涯当中最难忘的一场比赛。I think play against a friend is quite interesting, and also for me, she's not only the friend, and she's also a great player in China. So for me, I just respect her very much. I would like to challenge myself. To be honest, because this is my dream, I would like to say I want to win this match. Now probably it's the last step. No, I don't think this is the last step. I prefer to be a simple person. Winning the match is like a goal for me. I mean, I'm a person who likes enjoying to play chess. Results can't change anything for me. 用挑战去创造另一种可能，因为无畏，所以无惧。
Which of the two will fight to the end and become the new queen? Which of the two will resist the pressure and finally hold the trophy of the victory? Which of the two will inherit the glory of the East? Very soon the battle of wisdom is about to begin. A breathtaking confrontation across the chessboard is imminent.
那我觉得每一次对抗赛都是不同的。我的目标就是认真的去下好每一
Ju
盘棋。
Wenjun has a really strong heart. She will excel at seizing any opportunity. Her willpower will be released on the chessboard, determined to retain her title and stay at the
以
top.
前的比赛每一场棋其实都会是难忘的，但是我觉得在接下来的这场比赛将会是我职业生涯当中最难忘的一场比赛。
Lei Tingjie is the new challenger. She will fight for every inch of the board, eager to showcase her fresh energy and aspiration. Two strong players from the mysterious East, the best teammates and toughest opponents. On the stage of 64 white and black squares, they will demonstrate their best performance and unveil unlimited, exciting possibilities.
Welcome back to the final part of the game, which we expect will not be too long from now, but everything can happen. And so
those players pass the time first time control.
yes, and so the last moves were as we expected, right? White brought the king. Oh, and look at this! I love this move, king e3.
Ah, yes.
The point. This is a very efficient way to make sure to make the draw, because now we see the board. After king e3, the point being that after rook takes a5, rook a1 pins the rook, forcing the exchange, and with the opposite color bishop, this pawn has no significance whatsoever because it can never go past d5, this barrier along d4 square. So black cannot take on a5, and for this reason Ju Wenjun played rook a2.
Yes,
the point being that if we play rook d2 now, then rook takes a5 and it's an extra pawn. Still probably not enough, but this is all at least something we can build upon over, right? So
yes. And actually, I think after rook a2, rook d2 is but maybe white can play g3. I'm not sure.
maybe g3, maybe even g4. You know.
Ah, yes.
The less,
G4,
the less pawns you have, the easier it is to make.
Yes.
And it's actually white's biggest problem here, if you can call it a problem, but it is the thing that gets white uncomfortable, right? Is that this pawn really greatly restricts the bishop on
yes.
d4. Yes, and remember when we spoke about it, when we suggested that the f6 should be played, it's exactly because of this idea. Having the pawn on f6 really shortens the lifespan, the work span of the bishop, and with it maybe the lifespan as well, of the bishop on d4, and because of that, we would be happy to force some exchanges to play g5, to make sure that this pawn is not only restricting our bishop, but it's also a target for our bishop, and then it will be a much different story. Having said that, we need to make sure that we, for instance, after a move like g4, that we don't blunder something like that, because this is all of a sudden this is a mating threat, right? So what happens, for instance, if we play a g4 and g5?
I think h takes g5.
H takes, f takes.
And rook d2, I think.
The rook d2, we... okay, so this is one way, right? So
yes, because you have only two pawns if you want to take on a5.
And if you take on a5, then I just take here. There is no extra pawn anymore.
You need to play rook a3 and
rook a3. We go here, and then you take here. Right?
And I just take.
You take here.
You have only two pawns. It's
only two pawns is not enough. But actually, maybe we don't even want to give black that. Maybe we can play here. Can we maybe play rook e1, but then h4, right? And I'm not comfortable. Oh, in f4, maybe something like that even.
Yes. Yes, because rook a3, I can play king f2, and there's a check.
Yes, this is the nasty point that we have. And if we play h3 here,
can take
h2. This is a bit. I have to say that if I'm white here, this is a bit too concrete than I would have wanted this to get to make a draw, because I would expect. But sometimes but sometimes you say, okay, I have to calculate some variations to make it to make a draw. Make sure I don't suffer for the next 2 hours, for instance, right?
Yes.
And Lei is spending a lot of time so far. After
Yes.
after the time control, she already spent more than 12 minutes on her clock, or actually more because she had some time before move 40. This I would be a bit reluctant to go into it, I would say. And for this reason, I think she is taking the time and she is deciding. Now, this, you know, this is okay. You are not losing this probably, but it's not a move you want to. This is not a concession you want to make, right?
Yes.
It's just to give up a pawn, and this might be very interesting to see how they proceed. Another option is, as you said, yeah, G3 is the safer option.
And I think Ju Wenjun will go G5 after G3.
Right, G5, and then we take once.
Yes,
right?
and
we have to take. But now maybe this is a good way to play, because now after taking.
No, but you.
I don't have rook h2. The point, yeah, or you can even take give a check
Yes,
first.
give a check first. Yes.
And then take on a5, and again you are.
Actually, I am. If I play white, I will go for the G4 line and what we said just
and give up this pawn, yes.
Yes, and to play the 1 pawn against 2 pawn. For example,
So
here
you want
I
to
play rook
rook
d2. Yes, and check.
This you want to take.
Take, yes. And you take, I play rook b2.
And here you go rook b2, and you claim that black has no chances.
I will play rook b6
Rook
first.
b6.
Yes.
We have to go back, and then
Then
king goes, yeah.
king e3, I think. Yes, I think king e3 is. You check, I play king f2. I think my rook on b6 and almost make
Yeah,
the draw.
it's very powerful, and you want to play even rook g6, or maybe even not. Just cutting the bishop, the king out, might be enough. But this is very interesting that Ju Wenjun is not letting no free meals, right? So
Yes.
She forces Lei to fight her way here to make the draw.
Once there, like maybe 2018, the Olympiad, and Ju Wenjun played Kosteniuk in the last round. I remember the live score is like 1 against 2. Russia leads by 2 against 1, and Ju Wenjun must win her game to make the score like 2-2, and the position is totally equal. Like she is a queen and a knight and maybe 3 pawns. Her opponent is queen and bishop and 3 pawns, and all the pawns are in the same square. For example, like f2 g2, black is f7 g7, something like this, and she wins.
Wow!
She wins in a maybe 100 move games, and she plays a lot of moves and wins a pawn, and still plays on. And but the position in that time is she must win her game.
Yes, but today she's not risking, right? So she can
Yes.
she can see if her opponent is not confident enough, then why not, right? So
Yes, she had no any reason to lose the game.
and of course, if she manages somehow to win this will be a huge
Yes.
psychological blow for Lei Tingjie. And
If she manages to win this, it's almost it's not only a win.
yeah,
I
it's
think.
much more. It will be definitely much more than just a point.
Yes, and actually, the game she wins against the Kosteniuk, and then China scores the 2 against 2, the piece to the Russia, and then they wins the Olympiad. if she draw the game, they will finish the second. So it's very important that she can do this. She can, I mean, make a win in a draw position. That's her skill. So let's see how the game will continue.
Wow, that just goes to show us both players how they try to get every little possibility, every little chance they have, and no surprises because that they both are in the World Championship match, because this is how you get there. Lei Tingjie has played, she played G3, she played your move, and you can see that she is not entirely comfortable, right? This is the kind of position that you know it's a draw, you want this to be ended, but then all of a sudden you need to make those precise or semi-precise moves, and and the danger in these positions is that you think that anything draws, right?
Yes.
But then you make one concession, one tiny mistake, one inaccuracy, another one, and then all of a sudden it's not clear how you make the draw, right? So there is no easy way to make that. We're not there yet, but if, for instance, you manage, your opponent manages to get this extra pawn, then you will feel very uncomfortable, right? Because now basically she will have the legitimation to continue and play for a long time. And Lei Tingjie is down to, our screen says 11 minutes. But I'm wondering, she has played the move, right?
Yes, she has played the move. So after
this is, so we have some small discrepancy with the clock. Maybe we can we'll see the clocks on the video screen.
So maybe we can see the players, maybe.
Okay, now the time is updated. The time is updated now. So Lei Tingjie has 12 and a half minutes left, which is plenty, of course. But as the time goes by and it goes shorter, it might become relevant, right?
Yes. If black can win this game, I think the most way she can win the game is use the time to make white maybe into only 2 minutes, 1 minute down, and after 14 moves, I think there is no time, no third time control, I think.
Yeah, there is no.
Yeah, so maybe after 10 moves, 20 moves, white is down into 1 minute. It's easy to make some mistake, even in any equal position.
Yes, and there is no one better than Ju Wenjun than to find those, to extract the maximum in this endgame, right, from the position. Okay, what can she? Of course, Rook A5 is not in the cards, right?
Yes.
Because Rook A5 allows immediate draw, and quite easily so. So we expect G5 looks the most promising way, right? And then after takes. So we want to, on the one hand, we need to prevent Rook E2 mate.
Yes.
Which is quite important.
Actually, I think Rook E1 should be played.
Yes, but Rook E1, you know, my concern about Rook E1 is that what is my next move? So, for instance, if I play something like King F5,
King F5,
the Rook is basically pinned
Two protecting e2. Well, maybe I can move my bishop somehow to b6, and then the king goes like that.
Yes.
Is this a move?
Bishop b6. After bishop b6, I think if I play black, I will try h4 maybe.
Yeah, but h4 maybe, you know, I was also thinking about this, so maybe I can take and start attacking it. The point being that if you play this, then I
Yes,
have
of
bishop
course.
d8 check. And if not, then what? So if you start giving checks, I think king d4.
Yes, checks are not useful.
Well, they might be useful if I go to the fourth, then I cannot
Yes.
take here, but maybe I don't need to take.
Yes, and you don't need to go to the fourth rank.
Right.
Just
And I don't need to go to the fourth
fourth
one,
line, yes.
but actually, as long as I'm here, you cannot go with your
Yes.
king, so I'm
So
also
still
very fine here. So this might be really the best, the cleanest way for white, right? To make the draw after g5 is just to take and prevent the checkmate with rook e1.
And I think if white goes to play rook e1, king f5 is almost the only move. So after bishop b6, maybe black should go rook a3, check.
Okay, I stay. And g4.
Yes, g4 is a move. But g4,
But
I just take.
I don't believe.
Yes.
There's way too little material to hope for anything here, I think.
Yes. But anyway, this position is black is not better. She just finds some way to.
Yeah, this is true. We're not claiming that black has anything even remotely resembling a win or even winning chances, but it's still a tiny bit unpleasant for white to play. That's
Yes.
all we are claiming. And if white needs to make some precise moves to not, for instance, let's say to not allow black win a pawn and then squeeze this, which will still be a draw, but it will allow black to squeeze this game for many moves to come. And for this reason, white is some precision is needed from white. And the biggest problem for white here, I think, is psychological here, right? Because you kind of often what happens is that you're relaxed already. You already think the game is over, right? But then you still have to make those moves, precise moves, right? And it's sometimes it's difficult to regroup. But I think Lei Tingjie is very good at that. Although on the other side of the board, a player who also is very good at posing problems. So this is still, it's, as the saying goes, it ain't over until it's over. So, but we can see that Lei Tingjie is not relaxed or anything of the kind, right? She's very concentrated. And also this might be also another. By the way, for Ju Wenjun, this goes. She is not spending as much energy now as Lei Tingjie is spending, right? And in the long World Championship match, you want this to happen as many times as possible because to the end, it will get your opponent more tired than you are, right?
And if this game ends up as a draw after maybe half an hour or maybe 1 hour, that Ju Wenjun will not say I'm not winning the game. I'm not satisfied because just shows her power and shows her aim in the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
And she actually her opponent will get much more tired than her.
And that's what it is all about, to get those little tiny pieces of equity, which will translate eventually, which you hope will eventually translate into points in the match.
Yes.
But she has not yet made the move, and I'm curious, what is she thinking about? So if not G5, can we make a case for something like
King F5?
King F5, yes.
But King F5 maybe just Bishop B6. I think it's
and
the natural move.
The pawn is targeted, right? The pawn is hanging. I think she doesn't want to play G5 because it exchanges two pawns, right? And it might get by force you to exchange even more pawns later on. So it is a decision that if you want to squeeze, then you want to keep them as much material as you want, right? If you want your opponent to suffer for as long as possible. But in the end of the day, you feel that G5 here is your best move, best chance. But as we said, this pawn duo, right? It really limits the bishop on d4 very much. Having played d4, you kind of ruin this construction, right? And you don't want to do that.
Yes.
So you do it only when you can get some real feasible benefits from this. And she's not sure she's getting enough effort for this from this G5. Actually, another move that comes to mind, of course it will not happen, but maybe. How about this?
Bishop F6?
Ah, there is bishop, there is rook e2,
yes.
intermediate, which is important because here. But okay.
King, yes.
Even king e6. If we were playing checkers and black had to take, then it was actually white who is winning because we are winning back the bishop
and 2 pawns up.
And 2 pawns up, but this line has a tiny problem that it loses on every step of the way. Okay, so G5 is not being played, and Ju Wenjun is taking her time. She's trying to see which move will be most unpleasant for her opponent, and maybe, she doesn't have the bar that says it's a draw. Yeah. She might be feeling that, okay, maybe I have some chances with the mating net somehow.
Yes, yes.
Because for us, again, we are a little bit biased because we see that bar, and if the bar shows it's 0-0-0, we know there is no checkmate. But again, when you play as a human, for both of them, you are not entirely sure whether this is a draw or not, or maybe it's altogether lost. So, and Ju Wenjun gave the check on a3. And immediate king f2,
king f2 is forced.
Forced because king f4 was actually losing on by force after bishop e2, right? And rook e1, and this is checkmate. So, of course, king f2. Black can afford herself to do that, right? And now she played king g6.
It's a totally new story.
Totally new story, and actually I have to say I kind of I like it because it limits the bishop even more, right? So she's playing against this bishop which has no good squares, keeping the tension, keeping white guessing.
But now I have a question. Can I play rook b1 for white now?
Can you play rook b1? This is a good question, but what happens if I check?
King e3?
Ah, you go back to e3.
Yes.
Okay, this is a very valid question. Actually, rook b1 might well be an immediate draw.
Yes.
Yes. Rook a2, king e3. So again, rook e2 is nothing.
Yes. Now rook e2. I have after king f4. I have king f5 more than
right.
Yes.
And since the king left, then it's all of a sudden, if the king goes to f5, then it is black who might be forced to do to make the draw.
Make
right?
draw. Yes.
I like rook b1 a lot. It kind of almost forces maybe black to take on a5. Well, of course, black can play this, but if white manages to play rook b6, yeah, and then why is white even worse here, right?
Yes.
Ever.
Because if you play king c7, for example, I can. I'm not sure I can play rook e6 or not.
Yeah, maybe. Why not?
But now rook a2, I have to play.
You have to go to g1, yes.
Yes.
Because.
Okay, but I don't need to play rook e6. I can just take the rook back. For example, rook b2. Yes.
Or even rook b1, maybe. Yeah.
Yes.
With the idea of rook a1. Yeah. And rook b1 is on the table, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, this is a very, very good, seems to be a very good move by Lei Tingjie. But you see that determination, right? So Ju Wenjun is not ready to give up on her tries.
Yes.
And or maybe now she will with rook a5, but maybe she can still keep going, right? So you can check. I have to go back to c7. Otherwise,
yes,
there is rook b7, and this is
black is
white is not worse at all.
Yes.
Because the black is the one who will need to
play for draw.
To think how. And here we are thinking.
I think rook b2 or rook b1 is.
Actually, I like the computer suggestion here. Straight into the point. So
Yes,
because here, yeah.
Maybe white is not the player who need to play for draw now. h5 or g5.
h5 and or no g5 at least g5 and you kind of get the idea that this is. Black is not playing for a win here, yeah. So, yeah. So rook b1 is a very, very strong resource, and I think that after that we might well see rook takes a5. An admission that this is a draw, and no,
wow, really?
She is not going anywhere. She played king d7. I think the point is that after now, if you play a rook b6, then there is a rook takes a5, right? And b7 is covered.
Yes. Oh, king d7.
But king d7 is it really a winning attempt? What if we just go g4 here, for instance?
I think black had to take, and
so this is kind of an important
yes
idea right here.
maybe. Maybe I will not go take. Can I play rook a2?
Rook b2.
Rook b. Yes, we can play. Rook b2, rook a4.
You have this. You
Yeah,
still have this resource, and you managed to trick me and win the pawn. Although again, as we said, maybe here
it's still a draw.
because you are forced kind of to take here, right? And then
Yes,
you have
and
to take
take.
here, and after g5.
I have to take, I think. Take on g5.
Yeah, because if you play f5, you might find yourself
In trouble.
in trouble, and if you take on g5, then this, I think, I'm very confident.
Yes.
Right? So
But maybe this is the position I
Maybe
can achieve.
this is maybe this is the best position that Black can hope for.
Yes.
And the question is whether White wants this to get this, or maybe does she feel that she needs to force matters here with g4, or she can just shuffle. But okay, how do you shuffle?
I think there are many moves here, but I will maybe I will stand for g4.
G4, yeah, G4
Yeah.
looks most natural. The computer suggests something like this, but
rook
this
d3?
looks a bit strange.
Yes, this
And the rook
I
goes
don't
to
like this.
b4, and it does look very, very artificial. So
Yes, because maybe bishop c4 some.
yeah, it
will
doesn't
give-
feel. It feels that this harmony is there, and we don't really want that.
And also king c6, king b5 is also a threat.
Absolutely.
I don't need to do this.
Yeah, so g4 really looks.
Actually, I think
challenging.
Ju made some moves that maybe it is not the best move, but it make you to waste some time to.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, look at that. So what she's doing, she doesn't give White any clear path to a forced draw, right? So
Yes.
it is a draw. It can be a draw for many, many moves, but you still have to solve some problems, or maybe not even solve problems, but you need to be careful, and you need to be
Yes.
careful for one move, for two, for 40 moves, you know, and you pick up those. So on move 1, you have 0.00005% chance that you make a mistake.
Yes.
And then you add this to the next move and to the next move, and eventually, you know, these equities might turn into something.
Yes, it may be a big number after a lot of
Yes,
moves.
if you only that's the problem of those positions, because Black can make many mistakes and it will still
Yeah.
be a draw. White can make some mistakes, but maybe one mistake too much and it will not be a draw, or not an easy draw anymore. Yeah. Lei Tingjie played rook b8. Actually, this is.
This is a good move.
Interesting, yeah. This
Yes.
is not a bad move, because it actually, what I like about it is that it removes this element of I can do whatever I want from Black's position, right?
Yes.
So after rook b8, you don't do whatever you want anymore, because you have some issues of your own, right?
Yes, Black need to be careful.
Exactly. You need to be
Sometime.
careful. And for instance, if you take on a5,
Rook g8.
rook g8. There is also rook b8, but
yes.
you don't need that. Rook g8, and you cannot defend this pawn anymore, right? And
Maybe prefer check. I'm not sure, but maybe rook a2. If you play king e3, can I play rook e2? But it's really not
I will go
not in a good like.
And you
good
mean
look.
to go here?
Yes, but I don't really don't like this move.
Yeah, I don't think you will.
To say it
Oh,
easily,
Will you
it's,
go? Will you go to F7?
I can go rook
Well,
F8.
the very least I can have is this. Yes.
Yes.
And I will probably not even do that.
Probably white can go for a win here. Go for some more.
Yeah, but maybe with the same chances as black playing for a win. So
Yes.
because G5 is always coming, right?
Ah, yes.
But anyway, so rook b8. I like this move. And actually, if I'm correct, so far we might see a move like bishop c8.
But bishop c8, white can play rook a8.
Ah, rook a8 even.
Yeah.
Yes, rook a8.
Then black is the player to play for draw.
Then suddenly black is placed very awkwardly. So actually, and after rook d8, how do you make the draw conveniently with black? So you play g5 probably is the way. No, g5 you just give up the pawn on f6. You don't play that, right?
I think.
Or just give checks.
Give checks. If you play king f4, I can go rook a4. It's just a proper check.
Yeah. So this is the way. Actually, here there is bishop e2.
Ah,
so
yes.
be careful. So we cannot go with bishop with king to f4 here. So we have to go back.
And if black wants to draw, just proper check. But
Just
now
the
I
perfect
think
show, yeah.
now I think it's time.
It's time, yeah?
Yes.
Well, let's see if Ju Wenjun agrees with us, and it is indeed time.
Yes. Also,
She's very. She looks very
yeah.
goal oriented. Yeah, she's not ready. It doesn't seem that she has given up on the game so far.
But both players are really fighters in the whole match. I think. Lei Tingjie shows that the first two matches she had a lot of chances to make a draw, and especially the last round she played knight d7. Do you remember?
Yes.
In only
yes.
7 minutes left to
Yes.
to play for a win, and Ju Wenjun in today's game in such a drawing position she plays for a win for I think more than 1 hour.
Yes. We are. Yeah, absolutely. We're about 1 hour already in this position or this kind of a position, and she's trying. She's still not ready to give up on her chances.
Yes.
And this is, to me, this is extremely admirable because. And she goes rook a2.
Yes.
It might be an indication that she is ready to make to take the draw.
Yes. They always
The pen, you see, the pen is in the hand, kind of hinting that I'm expecting an immediate king e3, and why are you taking the time and not playing this? But Lei Tingjie is checking, double checking, right? She wants to make sure.
Yes. Anyway, king e3, you will meet rook e2. Maybe it will checkmate possibility.
Right. So you don't want to run into this for sure. And also, so for instance, after king e3, so first of all, you need to check g5, right?
Yeah.
You need to make sure there is no disaster. Probably after king bishop f6, you are fine.
Yes.
But then you also need to actually check what's going on after rook g2, right?
Yes.
And actually the bar says that white is winning, which actually is a bit surprising to me as to why. Ah, rook a8.
Rook a8, yes.
And if the bishop moves, then rook a7, or I was even...
Just
a6.
Yes.
Just a6, a7, and it's all of a sudden white who is winning. So black should also be
if white
careful.
cannot if white cannot play rook a8.
Look at this. I think we will see a draw by repetition because they started giving checks, and we can maybe see now the players without the board because it seems maybe okay. Ju Wenjun is thinking a little bit. For now, rook a3, king f2 has been played. Maybe Ju Wenjun, will she try to squeeze more water from rock, or is it, will she call it a day? So basically a very precise defense by
Yes.
we can call it a defense because it was still white who had to make the precise moves, right? A rook b8 really puts a lot of puts back some pressure on black, right?
Yes.
And basically saying, okay, I don't want you to squeeze me for the next 40 moves. Let's make the stakes a little bit higher, right? So now, what about this pawn on g7 from your end? How does it feel, right?
Yes.
And
as we said, they are both players are very good at end games.
Yeah, and it
shows.
It definitely shows. And okay, another, if black still wants to go on, I would actually consider after king f2, rook a2 check first,
yes,
king e3, and king e7 maybe. So
yes.
To make sure that here we go back, right? Again,
Yes.
nothing major, but maybe we can. Although,
But rook g8, I think is not good here.
maybe rook h8 or just.
Yes, I still have rook h8. Or maybe I
But
just.
rook h8 is a bit awkwardly placed. I don't feel this h5 pawn is so important that I need to go through all this trouble for
But
the rook.
I think I can play bishop. I don't know, maybe c3 or b6, which is better.
Yeah, I like c3.
Yes, give some rook b6 later, maybe.
Yeah, keeping for the rook, and the king will suddenly go to d4, and then the bishop to d4. So we kind of solved our problems, as it seems, right? And I think now it's time where Ju Wenjun is really thinking whether she can still play without any risk, or is she now beginning to risk also, right? And if she decides that it can become risky for her, then then she will go for the repetition. And the more you look at it, the more it looks like it is already double-edged if you overpush, right? And the board, the live clock is not
accurate.
Not accurate, yeah, because Lei Tingjie has made the move, and she has over 7 minutes on the clock, so it's plenty of time.
Yes.
We cannot, from this angle, we cannot entirely see the clock on Ju Wenjun's, how much time Ju has left, but I think she's down to her last 10 minutes, as it seems. So
I think so.
The time difference is not that big.
I think 7 minutes for white yes, a sign means you cannot play for a win by time now.
Right,
in this
right.
position.
And this means, actually, it means that if white has 5 minutes more than the clock shows, then black has less than 10 minutes on her own. So they both have the same time on their clocks. And this means that, yeah, that probably I would expect rook a2, rook a3
Yes.
here. And if we judge by the posture of Ju, it looks like she's not too happy with her position anymore, right?
Yes. I think she was not happy not because of she don't win the rook bishop endgame because of some middle games.
Yeah, absolutely. Rook a2 is played, king e3, and there we go. These are the last moves of the games, guys, I think, because here is the handshake, and game 3 ended in a draw. A draw which this time Ju Wenjun was pressing, right?
Yes.
And
Yes.
it's the first time that Lei
Shows the defense in the game.
she had to show her defensive skills. She defended very well.
Well, very well, yes.
Especially, I was impressed with this. The move that at first we didn't really understand, right? The move rook f1,
yes.
which was actually there were quite a few moves. So if we go, let's until we wait, we have a couple of minutes, maybe 3-4 minutes before the players reach the press conference. So we can maybe brush a little bit through the game. So this anti-Berlin variation with bishop g5 came as a surprise
yes.
for Ju Wenjun, right? She opted for d6, a very committal move, which
yes.
basically says that to drive the bishop to unpin, black would have to play h6 and g5.
Yes, or maybe bishop e7, but
well, no more bishop e7 after,
yes,
d6.
After d6
there is no more bishop d7. But here we were surprised.
Yes,
right?
I'm very surprised. The bishop c6.
And I'm waiting forward for the press conference to hear Lei's thoughts on this position, because it's very interesting. Of course, she will not share with us what happened in her home preparation.
Yes, of course.
But it's interesting to see why she chose to go for this forced line, which apparently she didn't have prepared from home.
Yes, and actually I think when she played bishop f4, maybe she knows this is no advantage on her position. So it's I'm looking forward to why she chose bishop c6.
Absolutely.
Because here is no advantage.
And this is kind of an admittal that, I don't play for an advantage again. And here she kind of blundered.
Yes.
This idea of knight takes e4, which, again, here we feel that maybe d takes e4 would have given black a little bit more playing chances, right? Although if with because the bishop would have a bit more life, I think, right?
Yes.
With the pressure along the d file, somehow with the pressure on the d file, so the bishop is not so much buried alive as it happened in the game. Although black had the extra pawn. But again, after bishop h3, we have to say, and this king h1 move, again, it turned out to be a brilliant move, but only because Ju Wenjun did not use her chance here, and the chance here was to play either h5 or rook takes e5, which was.
But to be honest, the rook e5
rook e5 is a totally computer move. It doesn't come to mind at all. But h5 is a very, very human move, right? And to meet f3 with h4 is also a very human move. And here, white. It seems that white would have been in quite some trouble actually after all
because
this.
now if white play bishop f2, I can play h3. Your bishop is you can still not take my e4 bishop.
Exactly. So this is very important, and this would really put a lot of pressure on white. And but however, after Ju Wenjun did not play f5. She allowed the a5 is a bit. It looks a bit anemic, right? And after f4, it really allowed Lei to solve her problem, to drive the bishop away from f5, to put the bishop on f2, and now all of a sudden this guy looks very strangely placed.
Yes.
And after rook f1, which is really underlining all the problems in black's position, it is suddenly black that has to do something fast to break this bishop free.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I will ask you for your impressions, but first we have to say, guys, that if in any moment now we will have to transfer to the press conference, so we will tell you thank you for being with us, thank our sponsors in advance in case we don't have the time to do that later. The press conference is coming, so thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here today. It was very interesting. Stay for the press conference. We are moving there.
Sure.
Welcome to the press conference after round number 3. We had a draw today in the game, and the score is also tied, 1.5 to 1.5. Thank you so much to the players for joining us. And I wanted to start with a general question, maybe Lei, let's start with you. How are you feeling here in general during this event? How is the playing, the feeling during the games, but the general one as well?
After the opening, I think probably she has some counterplay on the king side, like probably she can push h5 instead of rook e6, or also like when I play king h1, I think she still can play h5, and after she played a5, I think probably the position will be okay for me.
And what about your general feeling here?
Okay, I think maybe black has some chance, but it's very complicated position, and I feel maybe some, just like they said, some h5 and some threatening in the king side. Yeah, maybe.
Okay, so if we are already by this position, that was actually the question from our commentator. Both commentators wanted to ask Ju Wenjun to you if you were considering, instead of playing a5, to go h5. Did you think about this at this exact moment?
Yes, 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 I considered, but then maybe f3, then go back and bishop f2, something like this. Oh, okay, then maybe h4. Okay, there's some threat, yes.
Okay, so you evaluated that there is no big advantage for you, yeah? Mm-hmm. Okay, and Lei Tingjie, we also were wondering, commentators as well, what was your motivation to play bishop f4 instead of after h6? Not bishop h4. Bishop h4 seemed like an interesting alternative to keep the pin. So yeah, why bishop f4?
First of all, I saw some like a rook e8 and knight e4, this kind of tactic, and I mean, I want to protect her with rook on e1, and I saw like d5, knight e5, this kind of stuff. And bishop h4, I was wondering, I mean, black probably sometimes can play g5 or something like this, so hard to say.
All right, thank you. So, yeah, I still have a couple of questions about the game, but I'm sure a lot of viewers are also wondering, what have you been doing during the free day? Yesterday we had a free day, and what were you doing? How are you relaxing? Lei Tingjie, how was it for you yesterday?
Sleep, eat, check some opening, that's all.
All right, thank you. And Ju Wenjun, how was your day yesterday?
Okay, yesterday the weather is very nice and I go for a walk, and the other is just like normal days.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Okay, so some questions, about the specific positions after knight e4. It seemed it was like a critical moment in the game. Ju Wenjun, how are you evaluating the position at this point? Did you think that this is like a real chance for you, or it's just a slight advantage, or what was your evaluation?
I feel in general black is fine here, but I think maybe after bishop e4 black just need to play precise. If d4 maybe okay, it's a normal position.
Mm-hmm. And Lei, after knight e4, did you see it actually, or did you miss it, or did you evaluate that this is fine for white?
No, I saw this position when she played h6, but I consider like a knight e5, and I saw bishop on b6, and probably it was very interesting, but after that I realized that I underestimated black's counterplay on the king side.
Mm-hmm. Were you worried about some attacks on the king side?
Of course I worry, but I believe that I can defend.
Okay, thank you. And we have some questions from the social media as well, because every day the viewers can ask something on Facebook, on Twitter. So we had a question from user Alik, asked on the Twitter to both players, how do you handle the pressure of playing games while having so many people watching and commentating on every move? Does it matter for you, or you are just doing your thing? Let's start Ju Wenjun with you.
Okay, I feel it's a very important tournament, and okay, it's for me it will be some pressure, but okay, I mean, okay, this is a very big tournament, and I just try to focus, and also I feel when I start to play, then I will just not think about others.
Thank you, and Lei Tingjie.
For me, I think life is good, so I mean, I have a chance to play this match. For me, it's like, hard to say, just like a gift to me. So I try to grab this chance, but also I try to enjoy playing chess. So yeah.
Okay, nice to hear such a positive answer. And last question from me for today. Let's see if it's easy or difficult. It's also from our viewers. Cristiano Spiller asked on Facebook, which is your favorite, knights or bishops? If you have to choose, what would you choose, knight or the bishop? Lei, let's start with you.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Both?
So you don't have a preference for any of those pieces?
Yeah.
Okay, Ju Wenjun?
I think I like them equally.
Okay, so we have a draw in this one as well, not only in the games. So thank you so much to the players. And now we are going to move to the Chinese and socializing. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. 那我就想请两位棋手先用中文来谈一下今天这盘棋的一个过程吧。君君。
我觉得可能今天可能一开始是一个比较一个比较复杂的局面吧，然后可能黑方走了一个马E4之后，就是局面就特别的就是特别激烈吧。然后因为黑方多一个兵，然后但是他多了个叠兵，所以说可能在实战中没有什么就是一下子展现不出这个多兵的优势，然后可能中间我感觉就是选择一路比较简单的就转换进残局，最后就和了。
相比较前面两盘棋来讲，今天这盘棋更加焦灼吧。然后中间的话，我觉得我可能处理的不是特别好，然后给了黑方机会，但是临场的时候白方肯定是有一些压力的，但是可能对方也没有找到就是最精确的突破点吧，然后可能进到残棋，然后就和了。
那我想继续问一下雷丁杰，因为你刚才说到今天中局阶段比前两盘棋更加焦灼一点，那你作为第一次挑战者，有没有感觉到很紧张，情绪上有没有一些波动？
我觉得还好吧，而且从用时上来讲，前面的时候因为开局上面我时间上有优势，然后到后面就是对方也没有走 H5以后，我觉得其实可能松了一口气吧。你说有多紧张？还好吧。
好，那说到用时问题，我想问一下两位棋手，首先是君因为在布局阶段的时候，第6局棋就花了20多分钟，应该说都还是普招，应该也还在你的预料之内，为什么花那么长时间？想知道当时在想什么？
我在想，我更希望出现哪个局面吧。
那雷丁杰在黑方 H6之后，你走向 F4，你怎么评价自己这步棋当时的感觉和你为什么会这么选择？
这个很难去表达，就走了这步棋，然后发生了接下来的事儿，可能在判断上面出现了一点点的偏差，也不叫一点点吧，只不过至少我觉得这盘棋可能会有起伏，但是比赛当中出现起伏，我觉得是非常正常的，双方不可能会下出完美的一盘对局，可能都会犯错，所以这个局面总是会有反转的时候吧，所以我觉得还好。
好，这样的问题，大家还有什么问题？
我问一个，因为昨天这个赛事活动去了普陀的上海区国分院，然后也见到很多在美国去下棋的小朋友，然后在之前的国象排联赛是在福井，那么
我觉得就是，其实上海的国际象棋有着，我不能说悠久吧，有着蛮长的历史，所以说，可能当时在我小的时候，就是很有幸，就是在小学的时候就接触了国际象棋嘛。然后我感觉对我来说，在我童年的时期能有一个热爱的一个兴趣也好，事业也好，这是对我来说非常快乐且幸福的一件事情。
涪陵的话，我觉得其实可以算是一个国际象棋。这个涪陵是个区，那我们就叫国际象棋之区吧。就是，我从小在那个地方，然后跟所有的这个棋手一起训练，然后一起参加比赛。那个地方给我带来了很多美好的回忆。然后，而且现在看到涪陵的国际象棋发展的越来越好，然后，而且也举办了2次联赛。我也相信在将来肯定会有更多的棋手参与到国际象棋这个运动当中，不光是从涪陵的角度，或者说整个中国来讲。所以我觉得，国际象棋肯定会发展的越来越好。
好，还有其他媒体朋友有问题的吗？